of the way things were in the...
Hello. We have new OBS overlay, so what's my mic sound, chat? I did the most awful thing. I said accept update. So let me know what that means. I'm curious to know what I've done.
Welcome to Rivendell, Mr. Anderson.
Hi.
Call it a mine.
A mine. You call that a mine? You call that a mine. Thank you so much, Ebendrio, for the resub. 22 months, let's go. Captain Nafkin. Oh, thank you so much for 22 months as well. Hey, let's go. Welcome in, everyone. I hope you're having a wonderful Saturday. Had to think for like 0.5 seconds what day it was. Pretty good for me. Welcome in, Super... I was going to call you Super Glue there. Your name kind of, when you squint a little bit, it looks like Super Glue.
Potatoes.
Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Tarek, thank you so much for giving 369 biddies to the community, which oh wait, it's not to the community, it's to me. Which means off we kick off a hype train. Choo choo! All aboard the scam train! You guys have no idea how much the support means to me. Now more than ever. So thank you so much. I've been sorting the room that will be my craft room. Ah, nice. The bamboo. Oh, that is so cool. I've been looking at some really cool printers as well. Some Snapmaker, I think it is called. Snapmaker? Is that the brand? They have some class stuff. Keeping an eye on them. Maybe one day. One day they'll love to work with me. Welcome in Tarig, Ebendriel, Superglue, for some reason. John, Seribot, Tetsu, Zangetsu, Loonworks, Not the Brain, Harry.
And what about
very
very old friends?
Carter, coming in with your tier 2 at 37 months. Thank you so much for that double. Really means a lot. And thank you so much for the double PP as well. Ensuring that I get that 60% ratio. Thank you so much. Hi, King. Welcome in. Hi, Mord. Hi, Cat. Welcome in. Hello. A UV printer. Oh, that is really cool. I have no excuse. I can technically buy a €500 attachment to the CNC for the UV, but I'm just, again, loads of projects, not enough time. And it's not that I've not enough inspiration. The problem is I need to just get started. With most projects, I always complain like, oh, that's too hard. But like, if someone can just initially light the fire under my arse, I have no problem going afterwards. It's like procrastination at its finest, where I just really struggle to start stuff. But once the motor's running, she ain't gonna stop. Thank you so much, John, for the biddies. Really appreciate the support. She's in her mad scientist era, she said. Yeah, I have a lot of projects in mind that I want to do, I want to build, I want to show, and I want to teach, and I want to do a lot. I need a distraction. Yeah. This weekend is going to be my last stream anyway before I have to go.
Gee, Ray, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try and take over the world.
We have overlay of sounds.
And what about very old friends?
Star, thank you so much for 34. What is that? No, that's not a special number. In 2 more months' time, it'll be a special number. 3 years. Let's go. Oh, my days.
No, thank you. We don't want any more visitors, well-wishers, or distant relations.
And what about very old friends? Star, Cinderella, thank you so much both for the resubs, for the PP contribution, and I really appreciate financial support right now in the stream. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. It means so much. Really appreciate it. No, Mord, look, you can't predict these things. And thank you so much for making the hype train level 2 now. Or is it level 3? I can't see anymore. We've passed level 2. We're at the level 3 hype train. Have you read Surely You're Joking, Mr. Feynman? Yes, I have. I've read it to the point that I've also given it as a prize to my students. Sometimes I get into a mood of whoever gets the top result, whoever gets something, get a little prize from me. That was one of the prizes I gave my student. Surely You're Joking, Mr. Feynman. He was such a jerk in that book, though. On many occasions, many of his stories, he'd be an a-hole. Just saying. Just saying. Beeping outside. And it's not even me on the roundabout this time, so they can't even give out to me. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate the subs and the bits, lab rats. Like I said, it means a lot to me these days, so thank you so much. This is my last weekend of streaming before I'm away. You guys won't see me for 2 weeks. I was thinking of, oh, maybe I can squeeze in a short stream here, short stream there. But you know what? Let's just not rush it. Have a good time. And yeah, I'm flying away to Riga. And when I come back, I'll just get back into it as always. I think that'll be a nice plan. You can't be nice all the time. People will start you taking it for granted. I'm not sure what we're implying here. Am I meant to read between the lines? I'm sorry. I'll show you some of the prints I've been doing. One of the things I've done, finished it today, is a cool demonstration of general relativity. It was someone's print, but it didn't work out well, but I kind of like salvaged a few things. It's, look at this. It is warping of space. I don't know if you can really see it on camera. When there's a high density object in space. So it's the bending of space-time. That was a really, really cool thing. So the little thing I wanted to build was a little equation here, but it didn't work out. So I might have to make that myself of the general relativity equation. And the other thing is hanging on the wall. I printed a wall art of a face hugger. Now those weren't my drawings or schematics. I found them online. Some amazing support online. But yeah, I also repaired my bamboo. So I have 2 printers working at the same time as well. Hi, Little Peanut. Oh yeah, he didn't write the book. Yes, it's a collection of short stories by Feynman. But there's some amazing books from people. I would love to read a few books from some famous scientists. I was thinking about reading, for example... There was a time I was interested in reading Schrodinger's book. Because apparently Schrodinger's book is really well philosophically designed. That's before I found out he was a fucking pedo. So, yeah. I don't really advertise that much anymore. Star 440 my god. I really need to make something. I think I might make something like what Bloody Drongo has. He has like this wall of fame where he just says thank you for streakers. Maybe that would be a good thing to put up there. But yeah, absolutely huge thank you so much, Star. I know, Tynek, it's crazy. There goes the 15 NDSR with the 3. Hi, Zier, welcome in, welcome in. In case you don't know, Bamboo's building a closed ecosystem and restricting third-party stuff that isn't some... Oh, wow, didn't realize that. It's been really, like, a lot of stuff, if it's not in Bamboo, like, if I print something not Bamboo related, I struggle a little bit, and I wonder if that's what it's associated with, but that's just my little experience. I could be also just a noob. Hi, Quizier. Thank you so much for the follow. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Labrats, for the level 3 hype train. A total of 5 gift subs and 494 bits. Like I said, it really, really means a lot. I'm really happy to be streaming today. I cancelled my Wednesday stream. And... I need the distraction. I need the distraction of stream and you guys and building stuff and doing physics and doing science and having very old friends here.
And what about very old friends?
Hi, Lana. Thank you so much for the 37 months. Welcome in, Lana. I hope you're keeping well. I hope Resident Evil isn't scaring you too much these days. Yeah, I'm going to definitely rely on a lot of you Lab Rats company and the science and the physics. Yeah. I need the distraction. I need the distraction of working hard. Isn't that, I wonder if there's a figure of speech or something that helps you out in this case. Of... if life gives you lemons, best to put your head down and just work hard. Hi, Dan. What kind of distraction? A physics distraction. So there's a few things I was thinking about doing today. First of all, I want to look into the history of the periodic table because I would love to do a YouTube video. Then I printed my tricorder during the week. I might put it together. It's not great, and I'm actually really unhappy with how clunky it is. So much so that I think I'm removing the power bank project, and I'm going to look online and see if I can buy a little solder connection for... yeah, because it's a nano. No, I need a jack. I do. Yeah, no, I do. We'll see and find out about that. How diverse is your university? Do you have Islamic students? I do, yeah, of course. Ireland is very diverse, I would say. Unfortunately, there's a lot of loud racism online. I feel like maybe that's all of Europe these days. I could be wrong. Yeah. Very, very, very diverse and lovely students. Every student that I've worked with has been really, really amazing. Carl Sagan. I really like Carl Sagan. I think his book on the cosmos is too simple for me. But it's a lovely book for someone who's very new into science. I think it's a great introductory. I bought the book Contact, so I'm going to read that soon. So I'll give you my thoughts after that, John. Happy Catter Day. Hi, Harold Spark. Long time no see. How are you keeping? Do you know how to speak Russian? I do. Я могу говорить по-русски, но у меня акцент и у меня проблема с словарным запасом. Из грамматики. Но я купила вот такую книгу. Чтобы заниматься чуть-чуть. Но пока у меня не очень получается, времени мало. Но, может быть, я с собой в Ригу возьму. А может быть, не надо. Anyways, there we go. That's as much Russian as I can go in one go. Hey, Zir! 320 stream streak. Let's go!
Thank you! We don't want any more visitors, well-wishers, or distant relations.
And what about very old friends?
Very old friends indeed. Yet they've made a close source and denying oh, wow, that's... yeah, no, that's interesting. I'll look into it. I will. Gertrude, thank you so much for 28 months. I am the best Cora. You better go tell Cora that I'm the best Cora. You better know. How is your streams lately? I hope you're keeping well. I've been lurking in a couple. You guys want to watch someone play the most weirdest games ever? Yeah, I feel like Gertrude might be the weirdest game. No, gamer sounds bad. It means like I'm accusing Gertrude of being weird. It's not that. It's that the games are so... like, I've never heard of a single game Gertrude ever plays. Hi, Mythic Frost. Welcome in. Lana coming in with 65. That's amazing, Lana. Jesus. I saw you on YouTube and your content is very interesting. Hey! And I'm trying to improve my listening skills. You poor Crather, my accent isn't the best. Hi, BRV Bathroom, welcome in. Oh, the games I play are well known in the puzzle community. That's okay, that's fair. That's fair. I guess like I'm an anti-puzzle gamer. If there's any game I can't play, it's puzzle games. What is it? Puzzle... Yeah, I guess puzzle game might be... Because I used to say rogue-like games is also, but I've played like 3 or 4 decent. But puzzle games are probably my worst genre. We can all dream of growing up and taking the title Weirdest Gamer. That is true. Hey, Grim. Starship Story. Yes, I saw the... I didn't watch the launch live. I fell asleep. But yeah, I heard about it. It looked really, really cool. I don't, Gertrude, I always feel like a lot of people have high expectations. They come into the stream and they're like, oh, this person is a physicist. They must be very good at puzzles. And then they realize, That's true. Like, it depends what puzzles, Tarek, yeah. Because if you think about it, like, Resident Evil is considered at some level a puzzle game. And I love Resident Evil games. Have you seen the trailer for the Game Recur? Game Recur? What do you mean, King? Sorry. Greetings, Brave. Greetings. That's fair, Rockadrone, yeah. It's great. So I set up the bamboo. It was printing earlier. It printed... Do you know what? I'll show you what my bamboo printed yet. Hanging on a wall beside Bambi. But ta-da! It's a wall art of a face hugger. I would just myself with it. Pretty well done. Really well designed by the artist. They did a fantastic job with it. But yeah. It does look like a frisbee. Maybe I should risk it and throw it. But yeah, that's hanging up in the wall in the hallway beside some drawings that Commandant Herder commissioned of Bambi in a lab coat. That is true, Grim. That is true. What a strange driving wheel. Have you watched the new movie, The Odyssey? No. I rate the film 8.5 out of 10. That's pretty high. I am a big fan of Christopher Nolan. I love a lot of his movies. Interstellar being one of my favorites. And I really enjoyed Oppenheimer. And I just finished The Odyssey a couple of months ago, which, like, I did the whole Mythic series with Stephen Fry. So I did finish The Odyssey recently, and it's fresh in my mind. I think I might go to the cinema after Riga and watch it. I don't know. Stephen Fry is it. I really enjoy Stephen Fry. I got the pleasure of reading all of his books via Audible, so I was listening. Sorry to be... If anyone is a bit more pedantic about those things, I get it. I listened to him, but it's great because he audibles all of his books, so it's great to hear. I also got the pleasure of listening to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. He narrates the first book. Freaking great. I really love Stephen Fry's voice. There's great humor and amazing control of the English language and wit. I really appreciate him, yeah. In many ways, I like to look up to him. I'm actually watching Bones, the TV series, recently, rewatching it kind of in the background, and he's in it as well as a psychiatrist. That's not a stupid idea, Mythic Frost. There's definitely ideas for robotics for sure, yeah. We should definitely do a few bits and pieces. Oh, I do have a toy face hugger. Bambi hates this guy. If I leave this face hugger anywhere, Bambi tries to rip it to shreds. Check this out. Got this as a gift from Jimmy. And it's just a plushy teddy bear face hugger, yeah? And very closely. Do you see this? Like, she fucking eats it. Anytime she sees it. She's anti-Xeno, yeah. She has a thing against xenomorphs. I don't know why she's... And she, like, I'll put it away and she'll go after it. She has a weird obsession with... Hi, Lind. Привет. Welcome in. Welcome in. Ah, thank you, Tarek. I was about to, Does Bambi like texture? I guess so. She can bite some stuff, yeah. Oh, your tappity taps. Someone in the room with me. If the aliens do arrive, Bambi has my back. That's true. Although I'd be worried, poor Bambi, because, you know, if she bites that the acid gets through. Oh, is that the really cool screw? I think I've seen those screwdrivers. They're really cool, Mythic Frost. How are you doing, David? Ancient bunny instincts. Oh, I do have music in the background. We're on a little forest walk in Skyrim. You might not hear it out loud, but we definitely have, for headset users, they probably hear it. Okay, so if I have 2 nanos, and I want them to operate up. What plug is this? Is that called a USB-C, chat? The one that plugs into, like, phones, normal phones nowadays. Is that called a USB-C? Okay, so I need a USB-C to battery connector. I think that's what I'm looking for, a USB-C to battery connector. Now, if I were to have a battery that powers 2 nanos, I need 5 volts. If I had 6 volts, would that be enough? Can you power Arduino Nano with 6 volts? What kind of battery? So I was thinking of like something like this. You know? Like 4 1.5 volt batteries. Oh, they do sell them. Nice. I see them. They're like USB-C. Nice, 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 nice. I see them. I see them. Really great stuff. So they do exist. What about using a voltage drop on a diode to make it closer? I think, if I'm not mistaken, with these kind of things, I don't have to worry too much if I'm right, because I'm wrong. But I think the reason why this is all okay is because if something gets plugged in here, this power guy here, it will be okay. Sorry, let me show you the camera. Into the Nano. There's a controller already in place in the Nano. If I was putting a V in directly, there might be a bit of worry. But I think this guy controls it a bit more. Am I wrong in thinking that maybe? I've definitely powered 6 volts for an Arduino Uno. I wonder if the Nano's okay though. Hi Anthony, good morning. Is it an Xbox or PlayStation controller? Huh? No, I haven't tinkered with that. No. Anyways, I'll order some of those things. They looked really, really handy. USB to battery. Okay, now it misunderstood me. I look for before. How? To battery connector is what I said. This looks good, yeah. So yeah, what we're going to do is I'm going to change the design of the tricorder because I'm not very happy with it. There's a lot of issues I have with this guy. The issues mostly being just too clunky. I would love for it to be like a proper tricorder. And like, I want to be able to also maybe write some code for a bunch of like LED light bulbs or maybe some LED strips in the background and have some fun stuff on this. But at the moment, because it's so bulky, it's not the greatest. You could take out the USB cable, cut it open, and strip it. Oh. No. So we still have the same problem. So I have the wire cable that connects to 2 guys, and then this guy coming out. Then I need a USB port with 2 wires sticking out, but I don't have a USB port anyway, so I still need to buy those. Yeah, like I have the female part. No, this is the male part. I have the male part and I need the female USB plug entering thing. Oh my god. I'm trying to, yeah. That's what I need. So although the stripping idea is good, I actually don't have that thing, specific thingamabob. Anyway, so we might as well order. It's not too expensive. It's €5 for a packet of them. So we'll have a bit of investments. I think besides playing games, make a video game without the help of ChatGPT. Are you telling me, Raj, to do that, to make a video game? Why would I? Is it called a daughter board? I haven't heard of that term. Okay. Okay. So I might get my little booklet out. I think I need to start document. Just so I know what I'm doing. In terms of lab passes are delayed. I went into town and I got them custom printed. We have a new lab pass coming, so I can't wait to show it to you, but I need to freaking... Yeah, the guys need to send it to me. I guess you asked to make a game because you love coding so much. Listen here. God. I never want to code ever again in my life. If I could never code, I would be so happy. I mean, ChatGPT exists for that, but you know what? I'll still not use ChatGPT, but, God, I hate coding. Okay, so that still only counts as one. Tricorder project. Just to keep myself updated on the tricorder project. Order USB-C to battery connectors. And redesign 3D model. Okay, so that's the tricorder project we have updated. The next thing we might look into is Bob. So that's another project we have. So Bob has had one small issue. My wire plugs, DuPont wire, kind of disconnected a bit, but I still tested him. Bob still works, but we need to model Bob. Bob needs to still be modeled. Oh. Yeah, still works. Okay. That's Bob. The next project that still only counts as one. Precious. Asinus, welcome in, welcome in. Jay, thank you so much for your 52. That's not bad. I wouldn't say that's bad at all. Thank you so much for your prime. Thank you, mate, for 18 months. Salutations.
Mine.
Thank you so much for the resubs, guys. Really, really appreciate the financial support. Now more than ever. Thank you so much. Get Bob on a catwalk. Yeah, I took him out in the hallway. He was very, very good in the hallway. Absolutely amazing. I hope you guys are keeping well. Thank you so much again for the financial support on the channel. Like I said, it means so much to me. So much. Is the next project try and take over the world? If not, why not? I suppose that's like the major project. To be able to achieve that, we need mini projects along the way. So every project we do here, Zier, we are aiming to take over the world. That is true. Hi, Rogue Jelly. I'm going to make a dynamo flashlight for a scoop. Oh, that sounds so cool. You make a coil, but I decided to use a motoring gears. Go ahead. No, like keep going with it. Watch out for, what is it called? Creep scope? But other than that. Oh, Pinky was used like half an hour, Medjay. Someone used the sound alert already. That someone might be bored. We're using that Pinky and the Brain sound alert a bit too often these days. We're constantly planning on taking over the world. Okay, so we've updated our tricorder project. We updated Bob, or we could work on Bob today. So there's another project I want to do, which is a debouncing switch. Now, that's a great question you might ask me, Tofu. Tofu, what is a debouncing switch? I know exactly what. Maybe a website here that look that's nice. Tells us everything. Okay. So this is a phenomenon that can happen to any switch, button, or relay that uses mechanical force to connect two bits of metal. So when I build a logic gate circuit, right, to put in a high or low, I will... Alright. I will grab a wire and place it into positive or negative, right? Now, when we get to things like shift registers, where they store ones and zeros, and by switching from a high, low, or staying in low or staying in high, our equipment is super, super sensitive to that. And because of that, when you're like flimsily putting a wire into a circuit, you might be switching a wire from positive, from high to low. Suddenly you actually switched it from high to low, high to low, high to low, like 20 times accidentally, just because of the way you were putting in your wire. So for that, we designed something called a debouncing switch, so that you're not too flimsy with it. That's the idea anyway. Oh, Corby, you redeemed a Labrat pass. Let's go. Just as I'm trying to get them printed these days. Let me see here. I've Rat, Labrat, Radrat, and Ratint. Not any of the others. Corby, I'll get you the new one that's coming out soon. So is Eberdrill. Eberdrill is waiting for the new one as well. It's a switch you press to knock somebody off a trampoline. Do you know what? Whatever floats your boat, Grim. Whatever floats your boat. Is the newest one available? Almost. Yes, it is almost there. So I'm going to print it. So the next batch, whoever redeems now and in future, can get the new one. Yes. Can we buy it? No, you can't buy this. You have to earn it by using your channel points. Basically, you have to send me your address, so be careful. But I haven't cut these ones out. But there's 8 of them to collect, I think. Is it 8 now? There's 8 to collect. I cut these guys out. I put your name on it. I laminate them and then send them in the post to you. They're little Labrat passes that you get. You get secret access to the Tofu Labs. Playing outside. Blaring music. Frickin' teenager. Frickin' teen. So here we go. This is the problem with a debouncing switch. So you might want to go from high to low, but in the process of doing it, it goes whoosh. So you want something like this. But I don't think I need an Arduino. Surely I don't need an Arduino to be able to do that. I can hear some music too. I thought it comes from the next room. Freaking teenagers, man. Texas Instruments. Yeah, I'm trying to understand. And the other thing that I want to do, I don't want just a debouncing switch. I also want an LED display. Do you know those little LEDs? They're like 4 LEDs, one after the other, and they store the info then. So it's a representation of a switch register. So I'd like to look into that. Okay, so it's a capacitor. Yeah, they have really good data sheets, Jeff, yeah. Okay, that's one Google search I want to do. But the other one, what did I want to search? I got distracted again. Oh no. Oh no, this is the Wikipedia issue again. No. It was one of my earlier Googles. I got distracted again. What did I want to do though? Oh no, this is how I get distracted so easily. Help. Debouncing switch. Debouncing switch. So what I'm actually looking for is a simple mechanical debouncing switch. I know you can control within the Arduino program. That's fine. The reason I don't want that, why I want like an actual switch, it's for my students. So when my students are first learning how shift registers work and building shift registers, I want like a little apparatus to give to them and show them that this is a debouncing switch and that they can use this as their switch setup. So I do want an external hardware thing without a programmable aspect to it. Does that make sense? Binary counter, yes.
Okay, this is my tip of the day video, so I'll try to keep it short. And we're going to look at contact bounce and mechanical switches. Now, if you're a student and you're just getting into digital,
yes, this is it.
You're run into this problem sooner or later. So you have a push button switch.
This is the one I was thinking of. The one I saw had this kind of system. That's the one I want to build, I think. Okay, I'm going to bookmark this. I'll have a look of this myself. You know, we don't want to be stealing or what's the word? Copywriting anyone's contact. But that looks like something that I want to do. Now, so why did I get distracted and look at this? Have you seen everywhere on the internet? It's really trendy. What is it called? To build cyberdecks. Have you seen that, guys? I've made PCBs, yes, yeah. Not very good at them, but anyways, because I've seen so many really cool cyberdecks online, I'm really inspired to build my own. But we need the electronics first. But most of these tutorials are just general guides. There isn't a thing of... Like, I haven't seen a proper guide on this. I've never seen a proper tutorial. I have a few Raspberry Pis, yeah. Oh my god, solar-powered zero buttons ebook reader. What is a cyberdeck? Great question. So a cyberdeck is this really cool thing that has become very, very popular online. I would say I could be, what's the word? Biased in my algorithm, but a lot of girls are doing this and I love this. It's where they build an electronic circuit of something. It could be anything. And then they embed it into some really cool jewelry holders, boxes, DIY, recycling kind of thing. So one of the popular ones I always see is e-readers. So you make your own little e-reader, or it could be a computer that plays one specific game, or it could be a computer that just has Word available on it. It's a very, very custom computer that you can make and design for yourself. It's part of this cyberpunk aesthetic. And it's really, really cool. I really like it. It's a great way to just get people interested and involved in building. Oh, a Mercury switch. Yes, we used to have a Mercury switch, Lind. You're right about that. But yeah, I can't have that either because we're not allowed to have Mercury. I'm just thinking of for my university, my own students. I'm not allowed to use Mercury. But yeah, that's the same idea of what I'm looking for. Hi, Cosmic. Hi, Daniel. Yeah, in a weird way, your tricorder could be a cyber deck. Now, the thing is, I'm 3D printing the case, which isn't part of the aesthetic of cyber decks. The whole idea of cyber decks is that you're supposed to put it into existing quirky stuff and fit the electronics around it. It's not meant to look perfect. It's meant to look rough around the edges, if that makes sense. So 3D printing all the custom parts to it kind of takes away from the essence of a cyber deck. We already have something that scans for life science, Cosmic. So that's our tricorder. We just need to build, yeah, University Renfield. Yeah, I call them kids sometimes, but they're between 18 and 22. Usually, we obviously have mature students, but usually kids in Ireland come in at 18 or 19 years old. Print with an old, cheap 3D printer. That's a good way of thinking about it, Jeff. Yeah, I've been really tempted to look into how to build an e-reader for a while now. But the problem is, I feel like I need a lot of support. This isn't something I know a lot about. And because of that, I think it's a bit rough around the edges. So I would love if there was like I wouldn't even mind subscribing to someone, like paying for this. If someone has like a really cool tutorial on this. But I can't seem to find anything. I would love to learn, but most of the videos I find of e-readers and stuff are like them showing their stuff, but not teaching. Whoa, someone has a 47-minute video on this. Maybe there's hope yet. A synthetic aperture radar. A genuine IP behind the veil kept safe from the public gaze. Exactly. Why are we hiding all this info? Some of us aren't very smart. We need help. Please help me. Boys, Tofu just wants to build stuff, but there's stuff I don't understand. It's so loud outside. What is wrong with teenagers these days? Layering music like this. No other people live here. At what point can I say get off my lawn? I actually literally had that incident. We had a bunch of kids running on our lawn and I was like so tempted to just open the window and yell, "Get off my lawn!" I was like, oh my god, I'm becoming the meme. I'm the meme. The minute you accept you're old, now you can shout. Okay, so I've bookmarked that YouTube video for the Switch, the what is it called? The debouncing switch, but I'll have to watch it off stream because again, I can't really show it to you because it's a full YouTube video and it's rude to restream people's content that they're creating. So we won't do that. Let me think. Is that all the projects I have in mind? So the tricorder project, Bob. The bouncing switch. Found YouTube video. I just need to watch it to understand how it works. What else? No, there's no festival, nothing, mate. It's just rude kids. What other project are we working on? Can't think of anything. I feel like we're fine, right? I've caught up on my projects then. I think the only other thing was to build a... Oh! There is something we can look at. That BBC article?
And they call it a mine.
Mine. That BBC article that printed a vanadium flow battery. Maybe that's something we could do. Hi, Slayer. Thank you so much for the 13 months. You're very, very kind. Thank you. An e-ink display from a microcontroller. I don't know if you want to learn anything about a microcontroller, but probably don't. Yeah, no, I'll definitely try it with another. I wouldn't mind trying with a Raspberry or with a ESP or something. Absolutely fine. But yeah, I would love something to like hold my hand a little bit more than anything I've found so far. How are you keeping status, sister? Slayer, thank you so much for the 13 months. I really appreciate the financial support now more than ever. So huge, huge thank you. Really appreciate it. Hi, Kenny. Welcome in. Welcome in. Yes, so in August, I might do some subathons or some like crazy streaming hours things with some goals because, yes, I need to raise some funds. I have plans. I'll talk to you about these plans in a couple of months' time. For now, I'm gonna work hard. I'm gonna say yes to as many sponsorships as possible. I'm going to work really, really hard in creating content. And yeah, try to get the bag along the way where we can. That's our goal for a little while. Medjay has already plans. We have plans. Hi, Kronos. Welcome in. Well, I have a video somewhere where I'm petting Bambi in my chair. I talk about Mr. Bond. I need to find that clip again because that's a really good clip. Oh, that's right, John. Yeah, Queen's University Belfast also shared my post, which was nice. But yeah, I worked with one of the guys who was in that video. Yeah, they made, if I remember correctly off that article, they made the battery open source. So that means just need to find the actual publication of that paper. Because they made the schematic open source. I'd love to look at it. I can't find the article. I keep finding all the publication, all the articles, sorry, but I can't find the publication. There we go. Open source platform. No, that's the wrong year. Damn it. Did we turn Bambi into glue, or is that more evil than mad? That's just pure evil, of course, Kronos, yes. Yeah, so we were just kind of updating on our projects where we were. So that's what we're doing today. But after that, I'm actually going to look at the history of the periodic table. So we're going to sit here and talk about the history of the periodic table. After that, in terms of like teaching something, I might revise over either A, MOSFETs, or B, let's build a logic gate using BJTs. So that might be something that we could try and do. What's your profession? I'm a physicist. I'm a physics lecturer and a researcher at a university. Need to think of a way to work in prime number topics. Oh, in lieu of primes. Ah, I see, Fortune. That's a great idea. From the north? No. Not really. I don't think there are many people in Northern Ireland. Oh. Like these kids are so rude. There must be something going on. A festival across the road. 'Cause it's so loud. Kids these days. So rude. So rude. Need to go and give out about them walking on my lawn. Get off my... Exactly. I need to literally be the embodiment of that. Days. Okay, so that's the 3 projects. The other project I suppose I had was to kind of learn a bit more about my CNC. Although, I really want to see this project. Mind building it. It is Skyrim in the background. Good ear. Medium flow battery. 3D print. I swear their battery was open source. But I can't find the publication. Usually on these articles they credit the article that was published. But they don't, I don't get it. I'm reading the article. This is free, open source, no link to the article. Like, am I crazy or is that really rude? How is it that I've opened 3 articles and not a single one of them sends a link to their paper? Am I insane about this? Oh, thank you, Star Sister. Really, really appreciate it. No. Absolutely, absolutely. I do appreciate that. Literally, the comments under this article are like, how about a link to the device? It seems I'm not the only one complaining about this. Bruh. The paper... Yeah, like, how is this okay? This is paper from 22. Fuck. Every link I click at the end where they get their reference is another link to another article, which is a link to another article. What the fuck? Does this help? See? No, that's wrong. That's from 2024, and that's an all iron. That's a different thing. Yeah, I saw that. That's not right either, Zir. So it's a paper that was literally released a couple of weeks ago, and every article is citing each other. And yeah. Hi, Randy. Solar's expensive. Yeah, it is expensive, but you know, there's loads of good prospects on it. It's on the QUB's website. Okay, I'm gonna press that link. Scroll to the bottom. They still don't have a link on that website. I still don't see it. Am I stupid? Don't answer that chat. Saying. Not a single article cited the actual paper. They all just cite one article without ever reading the paper itself. Oh my god. Here's the paper. Oh, let me click on it, John. Oh, is it this one? Ah, that doesn't look right. That's 2024 again. That's not the paper. So this was one that I talked about them with this before. This is a different one. That's not the same paper again. Is it a news story in old articles? No, because when I read it, it was a postdoctoral student who had done postdoc research on it. What you cited to me was the thesis. Yeah, I saw that, Spooky. That was just his PhD research. I remember that student. We were students together at the time. We were at conferences together. Yeah, no, I remember that paper. Read it back then. That's not the same. Hello, Ranjith. Welcome in, welcome in. Because, like, I had an idea of making this an FYP project, you know? This would be a really lovely FYP project for a student to validate this paper. Although we don't publish validations. Well, we don't publish. Scientific community doesn't tend to do that. I don't think they allow that. They must release the paper. I think what's happened is... I think what's after happening is they made this article, this battery open source, and then a whole bunch of articles started publishing, and they've fucked up the search now, and now the paper won't come up. Maybe I'll go Google Scholar it. But they might not have published it as a paper. They might have published it like in Zanzibar or whatever that thing is. Do you know when you make your data open source? They might not have actually published a paper as well. It might not be a paper publication. There's nothing. Nothing for 20. I might just message him on LinkedIn and ask him for the open source link. Yeah, look, I'll email him. I'll ask him about the open source part. That still only counts as one. No paper is just a Substack post. I mean, it could be hard. It could be hard because it's not very novel. Some papers will just not accept that as a publication. If it's an electrochemistry paper, they're like, so you didn't actually design a new battery. You didn't test, new systems. You just replicated a battery using 3D printer. So from a pure, what's the word? From a pure novelty publication perspective, they might not have allowed it to be published as a paper. But that doesn't mean it's bad. Like, this is what I mean by these kind of things. That there are websites like Zanzibar. I'm trying to remember because I published some of my data on those kind of things as well. It's like a lot of my research wasn't useful for a paper, not good enough anyway, but it's still really good to show that data, and so you publish it on these websites. It sounds a bit dodgy. Who has a BA? What is a BA? But wants to get a STEAM BA. I have no idea what that means, Guttanks, actually. I'm so sorry, I don't know what that means. Oh, Bachelor of Arts. Oh, okay. A degree in the field of STEM. Do you mean a BS then? If it's STEM. BSc. Hi, Jimmy, by the way. Welcome in, welcome in. Hi, Val. Hi, Bulbadim. Hope you're all keeping well. Mr. Shine. Sorry, I was desperately looking for the paper. Was this? Yes, Layer. That's the one. And these are real people. I've met them. We've been at conferences together. These are real people. And I was really excited about just vanadium flow batteries being in the news. And it was a very, very lovely, simple project that I had in mind. And I just wanted to look at the actual... Because they said it was open source, but I can't even fucking find the fucking open source. So I might just... I have them on LinkedIn. I might just send them a message and say, look, I'm really struggling to find your open source link. Can you send it to me? How does one get a Bachelor of Science after a person? Oh, just do another degree. Is it like you want to know how the Bachelor of Arts can change into BSc? Because I don't know if you can do that. Yeah, I read that one, Spooky. It was really weird that the link isn't there. Open source, but not fine. Yeah. I need to... Yeah. I'll look it up. Like I said, I'll DM them on LinkedIn and get it. Because I think it's a great project for a final year project student. Yeah, but I remember that 2022. If I remember correctly, that's the year I remembered that publication because he presented his research at the same conference I was presenting my research at the Early Electrochemistry Symposium. in Belfast. So I remember that 2022 paper. That's how we ended up meeting. Talking about collabs at the time. I mean, how many people do research on vanadium flow batteries? So, you know. Yeah, no worries. What I'll do is I will chat to that guy via LinkedIn. All right. What we'll do next is, I think, a fun thing to do today is, I was thinking about doing this as a YouTube video. I need to do research on this, of course. But I studied a little bit of this as a chemistry student. We didn't study this in physics, we studied this in chemistry. But a little fun learning thing. Would you email us Tofu a real name? Absolutely his real name. Dr. Toxic Tofu. So a thing that we're going to do is we're going to study the history of the periodic table. So this is something I do occasionally where instead of doing proper maths and physics on the board, we sit down together and learn something. So one of the things that we're going to learn is the history of the periodic table, which is really, really interesting. I hope along the way we actually find some sources on Mendeleev. Maybe some of his original manuscript, because it would be na ruskom, which would mean that I could do some actual translations of it, which would be really, really cool for a YouTube video. So like, this is like, again, original content that I could do. So the history of the periodic table would be a very, very cool video. Hi, Games of K. As usual with these kind of things, I use Wikipedia as a guide, and then I add context to it, because I am supposedly educated in the background. I say supposedly, because I am, yeah. The Can I Lick It periodic chart, I actually have a 3D print ready to go for Can I Lick It. I just need to switch some colors around. You can see the white, the green. I need to change that to red and change that to black, because I only have one black PLA and my Creality was being used at the time. But yeah, after all that, because I was using this morning for this. Ta-da! This is a representation of FaceTime. Whee! So now that that project is finished, I can print a little display of Can I Lick It? Hi, little miss. Welcome in. We are going to learn history. I might need to go pee real quick, just because I haven't gone to the bathroom and it's been over an hour. Although, I don't feel like I need to pee for now, so... Wait. Dark mode. Alright, who's ready to study the history of the periodic table? The periodic table is an arrangement of the chemical elements structured by their atomic number, electron configuration. Oh, I suppose. Okay, that's fair. I was like, that's not how they're ordered. But I mean, like, it's not just one straight line of one after the other. They're also, why they're grouped the way they are is based on those things. Okay, that's fair. So in their basic form is the increasing of atomic number. Then rows and commas are created by starting new rows in certain blank cells so that the rows, periods, and the columns, groups, show elements with recurring properties called periodicity. Periodicity? Okay, I've never really heard of that. Well, technically it should be called Can I Lick It More Than Once? It is a very good one. There's another one I found on Tinker World or Maker World, one of those websites. And it's Will This Explode? So I like that one as well. Airing music so badly. So rude. In the 5th century BC, Leucippus and his pupil Leucippus and his pupil Democritus, I think it's Democritus, proposed that all matter was composed of small indivisible particles that they call atoms. That was pretty early. This was so controversial. Note this we're talking about this 5th. So, guys, do you hear this? 5th century BCE, when people were still arguing this in the 19th century. This is how controversial this topic can be. But they were already talking about this in the 5th century BC. They were talking about this in ancient India as well. I don't know about ancient China, but I know that in India there was few discussions as well at the time about the idea of atoms and indivisible particles as well. Around 330 BCE, the Greek philosopher Aristotle proposed that everything is made up of a mixture of one or more roots, an idea originally suggested by Sicilian philosopher Empedocles. The 4 roots, which the Athenian philosopher Plato called elements, were earth, water, air, and fire. So those were the original elements, i.e. in the name elements. Similar ideas existed in ancient traditions such as Indian philosophy with 5 elements: earth, water, fire, air, and ether, collectively called Pancha Bhuta. I don't mean to be rude or disrespectful in the pronunciation. I'm doing the best with what I'm provided. And love. Of the chemical elements shown on the periodic table, 9, carbon, sulfur, iron, copper, silver, tin, gold, mercury, and lead, have been known since antiquity, as they are found in their native form. 5 more elements were known in the age of alchemy: zinc, arsenic, antimony, and bismuth. Platinum was known to pre-Columbian South Americans, but knowledge of it did not reach Europe until the 16th century. So it's a really nice little... turns out it's not so Eurocentric after all. You'd be surprised how much is taught, and how much even I teach you guys, in terms of Eurocentric views of science and the way science developed. Because if you look to the Middle East, you look, as we've pointed out here, to South Americans, to a lot in China, for example. There was a lot of history there, and if you had your education system brought up separately, they have a lot of their own names for a lot of science, either discovery or elemental names or so on and so forth, because their own researchers, their own scientists discovered these ideas in their own separate ways. Whether or not it was slightly before or after, it doesn't matter. The fact is that it was independently discovered. Really, really cool. Jovovich for reference. That is true, mate. That is true. How are you keeping, Banished Door? Henning Brand, my favorite alchemist. So we're going to start talking about Henning Brand, I guess, which is the famous guy who was looking for the Philosopher's Stone and discovered a way of excreting phosphorus from piss so that he could find that Philosopher's Stone. But this process of distillation and condensation was really, really important. It was one of the first steps of, oh, we can heat things up and cool things down to separate things, which is really, really cool. There's a lot of things you can do. You can heat them up. You can add other chemicals into a substance to separate things. You could shake things up, quite literally, to separate things. There's all these really, really cool ways that exist to try and find these unique elements. Oh, cool! The history is that what his name is? The history guy, Shrew. Yeah, Star Sister. There is so much to it, and it's quite not controversial, but it is quite, and it's not even independent. There's so much in history of people misunderstanding. One of the things that comes to mind is Thevenin's theorem. It was actually discovered by Helmholtz, but because he was a physicist, the electrical engineers didn't understand his maths, and why would they? They wouldn't be interested in studying what Helmholtz had to say. But then Thevenin studied it and replicated it using electrical engineering years later, and it's called Thevenin's theorem to this day, even though it was discovered by someone else. But sometimes you just misunderstand. Avogadro was a physicist, but because he was kind of doing stuff that is very important for chemists, a lot of chemists shunned him and didn't really accept his ideas on the mole and the amount of particles in a certain substance because, well, he was a physicist, number one. Number two, he wrote in physics notations that was unfamiliar to chemists. And number three, he was a loner. And he was an introvert. And so he was really awkward and didn't socialize and didn't really push his publications. So there's all these weird little things in history that happened that delayed progress, perhaps, is one of the things. But it's interesting to see that even in our own realms, people just kind of are like, meh. Mathematicians are just angry that we're allowed to split dx dy. What's wrong with dx dy? I love dx dy. Dx dy is great. What's wrong with it? Hi, Lewis. Hello, Zahid. Welcome in, welcome in. That's the name of the channel. Cool, I might check them out. History guy. History guy. Oh, he has cool videos. Trebuchet, the Forgotten Air campaign. They look really cool videos. I feel like I could watch these. The history of the AK-47. I would love to watch that. You're not supposed to take dy over to the other side of the equations. Oh, I do that all the time in physics. We do. Yeah, I think that might be a physicist versus mathematician lore, Mr. Shine. I think it's the physicists who do that, and then the mathematicians lose their mind over it. But it works! Golden nuggets indeed. All right, so we'll talk about the first classification, and then I'll go strategically P. The history of the periodic table is also known as the history of the discovery of the chemical elements. In 61, Boyle defined elements as those primitive and simple bodies of which the mixed ones are said to be composed and into which they are ultimately resolved. So this is Boyle, Robert Boyle, the Irish physicist. The first person recorded in history to discover a new element was Henning Brand. That was the famous pisser. Yeah, so he would piss into buckets, heat it up, condense it, and he was able to extract this glow, which was phosphorus. And yeah, he was able to extract it. It was in his attempt, alchemy, at the time alchemy was all the rage. He was trying to find the philosopher's stone in the process of doing it. And he kept his recipe a secret. He tried all these different things, like stealing pee from the local pub, and storing it in his house and letting it ferment. The life lesson I always talk about with this piss thing is that Henning married a very wealthy widow, and this allowed him to have a lot of free time to do his research. So if you ever wonder why you haven't achieved much in your life, it's because you don't have time. You know, your goal should be to marry a very wealthy widow so that you can do your piss research. There's a very important life lesson there from Henning Brand. So the discovery of phosphorus helped to raise the question of what it meant for a substance. In a world where versions of atomic theory were only speculative, and later the understanding of the nature of substance were only beginning to become possible. So that was the early days. Just piss your life away. You can take the piss, exactly. So in 1789, the French chemist Antoine Lavoisier wrote Traité élémentaire de chimie. Chimie, which is considered to be the first modern textbook about chemistry. Lavoisier defined an element as a substance whose smallest units cannot be broken down into simpler substances. There we go. That's pretty good. Although we can break down elements nowadays, but still. That was a pretty good early definition, which included oxygen, nitrogen, hydrogen, phosphorus, mercury, zinc, and sulfur, which form the basis of the modern list of elements. So he also included light and caloric, which at the time were believed to be material substances. I wonder what caloric was. Caloric. Oh, so it's just the word for heat. They thought heat was a thing. It was a flow of liquid. It kind of reminds me a little bit of electricity, where in the early days, they didn't really know what electricity was. They thought it was this fluid for a long time. It's a magical fluid that flowed through people, through animals, and through other parts. But they also thought heat was the same thing. So marry a very rich, much older woman. Got it. There we go, Bedard. Chimie is spelled like chimie. Chimie? Is that how you pronounce it? Hi, Kansley. Welcome in. Welcome in. I just got here and I've learned a precious lesson. I'm glad you're learning a lot of educational things. How'd you get into streaming from being a science teacher? I guess the order's different. In this case, I actually was into streaming before I became a science teacher. So does that help out the order of things in that case? And so when I became a science teacher, I thought, why wouldn't I stream some science? There we go. That's how it all came about to be. So now we're getting to 1808. This is where I actually know things, as in historically, I studied this before. We're going to get to John Dalton. He was the first one who really, I feel like, put the push into sorting out the elements. He was like, okay, bitches, let's sit down. We've got to sort this shit out. Let's actually put structure to it. What is lighter? What is heavier? Can we sort them out by their weight? That was the big thing at the time. So before we get into that, I'm going to go for a quick pee break. I'll be back. Grab a beverage. Everybody else, I want you to get up, do 10 jumping jacks, stretches to the left, right, stretch your back. Oh, yes. Oh, that hurts. Whew. We'll be right back. This is what we call a high pass filter with a capacitor. But another interesting thing that we can do is that we can switch the resistor and the capacitor. The reason there's a resistor in there is because there is this whole filtering process and what frequency you're going to be operating in. I highly recommend, again, checking out the organic chemistry tutor video that I've linked in this video, because there's no need for me to repeat the same thing. I would say exactly the same things as he does. Now, when we flip the resistor and the capacitor here, we have a wave coming in, as always, in the V in, and it could be a really high frequency wave or a really low frequency wave. We don't know. Dun, 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 dun. And there's two paths it can take. Well, because a capacitor loves current that has high frequency, right? It wants to allow that current to pass through. Something that we say in this field is that it has low impedance. It has such low resistance that that type of current would rather take this path. And there's a ground usually in the system and it gets filtered out. So the high current coming in, the high voltage, the high frequency waves coming in will be passed around in this direction and to ground. They get filtered out, which allows the low frequency, the slow waves like this, where we give them loads of time to charge and discharge, which means low current. We allow them to pass through easily, and we call this then a low pass filter. Just to reiterate before, the high pass filter allows the high frequency waves to come in, but if you have a low frequency coming in, it blocks it. Because no current is going to get through. If you're giving it too much time to charge and discharge, if you increase this T more and more and more, it's just not going to pass a whole lot of things through. Now, the same principle can be applied to an inductor. Let me show you. Now, if you invest a lot of time in studying this, my recommendation is study one thing, like high pass filter with the capacitor, and study it thoroughly. All the equations, like I said, for the organic chemistry tutor, from my videos, from other people, and just study that super, super well. Understand the physics, understand the equations, understand the theory, and if you learn that one really well, not only will you know how to do all the other passive filters with inductors and capacitors, but you'll understand notch and noise cancelling and all of those other filters that exist for passive filters. If you know one extremely well, you know them all, because they're just opposites or inverses of each other, which is very similar to what an inductor is. So earlier I said a capacitor is two plates, there's electrons on either side, you extract all the electrons from one side, put them all in the other, build up of electrons here, not a whole lot of buildup of electrons here, the opposite, and you build up a big voltage potential. An inductor is a little bit different. In fact, it's the exact opposite. Let's say we switch the current on in an inductor and current starts to go through. The way I explain how an inductor works is the inductor panics, right? It has all those coils wrapped around, and there's a magnetic field associated with the electrical current. And so when the electricity starts coming into the inductor, it panics, it loses its shit. And it's like, no, hold up, you cannot pass. You cannot pass. I am so confused. Let me sort my coils out. Let me sort out my magnetic field before I let current go through. So initially, when time is 0, there is no current. And then as time progresses, the current is going to increase more and more, because the magnetic field sorts itself out, the current is allowed to pass through more and more until it reaches the point that it needs to reach. And I realize that my graph is slightly wrong, if I remember correctly off the top of my head. This is the problem of not having a script and doing this all from memory. Well, the counter argument is this is as authentic as my brain gets, so you get to enjoy how my brain functions. Now, this time, we have a low frequency wave coming in. That means we give a lot of time for the inductor to deal with this wave. So we have a really, really big T, which means that there's a lot of current going through. It allows low frequency through very, very easily. This is a low pass filter. And once again, similar as the way we were studying the capacitor, if a low frequency wave is coming in, my fire, the one desire, yes, I know it's too late. Woo! I want it done. Welcome back, Twinkle. Thank you. That's right, filters are used in music, that's right. Basically, even putting filters on your mic is exactly the same thing. Right. I ended up getting this, a quick snack. Done. You have to eat a cheese string this way. Spooky, I splurged. It's not a knockoff. I spent like €3.80 on the real stuff. €3.80. Can you imagine that? Hi Jalil, welcome in, welcome in. I ate it like a stick. Oh no. I guess the only reason I knew was because of the artwork on them. Like they show the string on the cheese, you know? It tastes so much better to eat it like that. Right, normal, yeah. Alright, will we continue our lesson? I hope so. We're all ready to absorb information, either via osmosis or actively listening. I had to deconstruct one to make a cheese and pickle sandwich. Don't know what that means, to deconstruct. What way? So now we're going to get to John Dalton. Now, John Dalton is actually officially part... Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong overlay. Part of the Irish curriculum. So I'm going to assume it might be on other people's curriculum. Cheese lattices. In what directional... Yeah, I'm curious about that, Spooky. So yeah, the natural philosopher John Dalton published a method by which to arrive to provisional atomic weights for elements known in his day from stoichiometric stuff. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Stoichiometric. That's right, but I could be wrong. I know this branch of chemistry. I hate it.
Stoichiometric.
Okay. Is that the chump that called aluminium, but accepting Americans are right is something I'm not? Aluminum. I always thought those were two different things. Aluminum and aluminium. How do you guys say? Do you say vase or vase? I say vase. OMG, it's bees. Good morning. Good morning. Bars. Bars. Vase. I say vase. I don't know if that's an Irish thing or... But I hear even in Ireland a few people say it differently. So I'm not even sure if it's like an American versus the rest of the world thing. I'm confused about that one. That one's a bit weird. I'm not sure about that one at all. Vase. You say vase. Rhymes with pace. Vase. Vase. That's weird, actually, if that is the proper rhyme. I wonder if there's maybe a misunderstanding there. In 1815, British physician and chemist William Prout noticed that the atomic weights seemed to be in multiples of hydrogen. Oh, this is interesting. This is probably the biggest jump in understanding the periodic table. Noticing that it's in multiples of hydrogen is the big... Aww. In 1817, German physicist Johann Wolfgang Dobronier, I just put on a bit of a Russian accent there, I hope I get close to it, began to formulate one of the earliest attempts to classify the elements. In 1829, he found that he could form some of the elements into groups of 3, with the members of each group relating to properties. He called these terms triads. Yes, one of the earliest periodic tables was grouped in triads. Later, I don't know if it'll come up later, but it'll be grouped in octo. And we kind of still use it a little bit, but not really. We still use the triads and the octo to this day in some shape, way, form. In 1843, building on the work done by Dobronier, Leopold Gmelin developed a forerunner of the modern periodic table that listed 55 chemical elements grouped by common characteristics. That was in 1843. Pretty not bad. That's crazy. Think about it. 50 years later, we're talking about the photon already. Isn't that insane? And even then, people were still arguing about atomic theory. This was still up for debate among scientists. Alright, the definition of the triad law. Chemically analogous elements, arranged in increasing order of their atomic weights, formed well-marked groups of the 3 called triads, in which the atomic weight of the middle element was found to be generally the arithmetic mean of the atomic weight of the other 2 elements in the triad. So basically he said, one element weighs super low, one element weighs super high, and in the middle we have another element if I take the average of the other 2. A bit twisted, but yeah. I mean, Einstein didn't accept quantum uncertainty to his dying day. Is that true? When I read about it, is that he fought hard against it, but in the end, he did accept it with Schrödinger. It wasn't so much as they accepted it, but they said that it was the best model that they had yet, but they knew it wasn't a full picture. But they poked holes where they could. That famous picture at the Sullivan conference was the biggest debate, because that conference lasts several days, and every day when Heisenberg and Pauli was still a student then, but you know, he was kind of supporting in the research group with Bohr, were presenting their results and talking about it every day, they were like grilling him until the end. But in the end, he had no questions. Every question he had was answered. As far as I know, that's the story. That's true, praised. It was the Brownian motion, the Brownian Einstein thing of that pollen thing on water. Sorry, that was a terrible explanation, Spike. I hope you understood what I was saying there. It wasn't really proof, but rather, there was a lot of controversy at the turn of the century about atomic theory, that atoms existed. And it was quite aggressive of the young scientists at the time, Boltzmann, Einstein, Planck. Those were the young ones of the day. They were fighting against the old guys. And finally, you know, there was enough old guys dying out that the newer generation of physicists were winning out on the idea of atomic theory. And I always tell this story, lo and behold, Schrödinger, Einstein and that gang ended up being the opposing forces against Heisenberg, Pauli, Dirac and so on and so forth. They were against the young ones back in their day. So there's an evolution to science. For it to progress, you need to cull older thoughts, older ideas. You don't necessarily need to kill people, by the way. Culling does not necessarily mean murder. I'm looking at you, lab rats. I know you guys. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. So check this out. Lithium, sodium, and potassium. Do you guys recall where they're listed on the table, on the periodic table? Chlorine, bromine, iodine. There is a very important little grouping of all of these guys here. Tofu, you were talking about AK-40. No. I'm just interested to look about the history about AK-47s. They're very, very famous guns, like. Wouldn't you be interested to know about the history of AK-47s? Spooky? Are you going to tell me you're not interested? All those attempts to sort elements by atomic weight were inhibited by the inaccurate determination of their weights, and not just slightly. So it wasn't just that they were really, really like just slightly off, or there was a rough estimation. They were quite wrong a lot of the times. Problem was, I'm going to say something here, we'll see if it's true or if we'll even see about it, is that they didn't understand how atomic structure worked. For example, oxygen isn't by itself, right? When we have oxygen floating in the air, it always groups up as a double. It's always grouped up as O2. So they got double the weight pretty wrong. We do get called often. Yes, that is true. That still only comes as one. Thanks so many for the follows. Really, really appreciate it. There's been a few there today. So you guys are more than welcome here. We get up to a lot of trouble. Too much trouble, one would say. Carbon, oxygen, and many other elements were believed to be half their actual masses because only monoatomic gases were believed to exist. Even though Amedeo Avogadro and André Marie Ampere proposed the solution to form diatomic molecules and Avogadro's law already in 1810s, it was not until after Canizaro's publications in the 1850s when the theory began to be widely considered. Again, huge problem. Avogadro was a physicist in the realm of chemistry, and people weren't accepting a lot of his work because chemists are assholes. No. Don't clip that. Don't take it out of context and send it to a bunch of chemists. No. But a lot of chemists were like not happy with physicists and vice versa. A lot of beef, a lot of issues. And so because physics was okay, whichever way you want to take it, a very pure approach, if that makes sense, raw approach to data, while chemists were looking at like certain models, certain systems, very niche and very unique. If anything wasn't done in the way that chemists do, it was very misunderstood and misrepresented. That's how languages change. That is why in electrochemistry, when I publish some papers, I actually have to be careful. I change the language I use when I write papers, because some things that we do and say in physics is different to the way electrochemists do it. So it depends on how the paper's being written. Am I targeting a physics journal or am I targeting an electrochemistry journal? I literally have to change the language I use, notations and so on and so forth, to match that of other people. I have to do this with a proton when I teach, when I do a presentation. I had to think about my audience. Is my audience mainly physicist or is my audience mainly chemists? And you have to actually change the language that you use. As if I would want to interact. Never trust avocados. In 1860, the modern scientific consensus emerged at the First International Chemical Conference, the Karlsruhe Congress, and a revised list of elements and atomic masses were adopted. It helped to spur the creation of more extensive systems. There we go. Hi, Dragon. Good morning. Welcome in. Welcome in. So this is where we kick off with Mendeleev. Now, this is mad. So this was like in the late 1800s. So only 20, 30 years later had we even understood less, that there was less, there was something smaller than elements that existed. But what's batshit crazy about this is Mendeleev did some really crazy stuff. Not crazy stuff, but huge contributing stuff to science. Was nominated for a Nobel Prize. But there was a bastard. Okay, a bastard is the wrong word. There was possibly a rumor of a previous Nobel laureate on the judging panel of the Nobel Prize who denied Mendeleev from getting his Nobel Prize because they wrote articles about each other, hating each other. I'm not a big fan of this guy because, how should I put this? He also recommended Marie Curie not accept her Nobel Prize win, her second Nobel Prize. You might, if any of you guys studied chemistry, you might recognize this name, Arrhenius. Arrhenius was known for being a bit of a jerk. There was claims made that he denied Nobel Prize winners for Mendeleev and two other physicists. I can't remember their name on top of their heads, but if you look at their names, they're very recognizable names. And instead gave the Nobel Prize win to three other scientists I don't know. So if I remember, I will actually Google this. Just to get the names right. So he denied the Nobel Prize from Dmitry Mendeleev and gave it to Henry Moissan. That's the guy. Everyone thought Mendeleev was going to win in 1906. It was pretty heavily favored. Everyone predicted Mendeleev to win the Nobel Prize. But Arrhenius argued that the periodic table was too old of a discovery to honor. This was due to Mendeleev, it was due to a long spat. Mendeleev had criticized Arrhenius' pet theory of ionic dissociation, causing Arrhenius to hold a long-standing personal grudge. There we go. That's right. So the Nobel Prizes went to Jacobus van 't Hoff, Wilhelm Ostwald, and Theodore Richards, which were besties of Arrhenius. There was a few other victims of Arrhenius as well. Oh, he's a Swede. I don't know. I couldn't imagine what the surname Arrhenius was. I guess a man, Sonny, yeah. That is one way of looking at it. But yeah, he denied the Nobel to Mendeleev, which everyone thought it was so guaranteed that he was going to win it. And like, arguably, people still agree that he deserves it. But Arrhenius had so much control over the Nobel panel, most notable winner. And you might say, Tofu, you're biased. You know what? That's true. But like I said, first of all, this wasn't the only incident that Arrhenius did that, for one. And number two, did that thing with Marie Curie. He wrote a letter to Marie Curie saying, don't come and accept your Nobel Prize. How could one guy be able to... Yeah, it's about power. Some people just have a lot of influence and power. If a person can ruin your life and you don't side with them, be quite tough. Academia is definitely filled with that. There are definitely researchers and groups out there that if you're not in with the cool kids, you're nobody. C'est la vie. Power. I thought this was a chemistry discussion. Might be a cool video to do, actually. I'll write it down. Because I usually write these ideas on my phone. Arrhenius drama. I might obviously like counter it by doing some Arrhenius equations, but maybe don't call it bastards in science. I joined the stream to You're a Nobody. Well, nice to see you too. Hi, Yuli. How are you? How's everything at home? I hope you're keeping well. Yes. Yeah, yeah. We'll see. We'll see what happens with them.
No, thank you. We don't want any more visitors, well-wishers, or distant relations.
And what about very old friends?
Very old friends indeed, Yuli. Thank you so much for the tier 1. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Take care of yourself, mate. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really, really appreciate it. You're very, very kind for hanging out with us. Properties of the element, and thus properties of light and heavy bodies formed by them, are in the periodic dependence of their atomic weight, says the Russian chemist Dmitry Mendeleev, forming the periodic law for the first time in 1871. French geologist Alexandre-Emile Bégouin de Chancotroix noticed that the elements, when ordered by their atomic weights, displayed similar properties at regular intervals. Great, thank you so much for your prime. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Yuli. Thank you, Gray. Like I was saying earlier, now more than ever, your financial support means so much to me. So thank you. We're going to work hard in August, I hope. I'm going to work hard on sponsorships. I think I have a few lined up. And yeah, maybe I'll do a subathon. We're going to work hard in August. To get up to some very, very bold shenanigans. I hope you guys will participate. The naughtiness. Okay, so Alexander Emile did notice that there was like a little bit of repetition. After a certain amount of periodic elements, there was a little bit of repetition. He devised a three-dimensional chart named the Telruck helix, which fell near the center of his diagram, with elements arranged in a spiral. This was really cool. This is a really cool periodic table. By increasing with similar probabilities lined up vertically. The original paper. Okay, I want to have a look at this. Let's look at the Telruck helix. Ah, thank you, Little Miss. That is a very, very kind support. Thank you so much for the $2 dono. Very, very kind of you. Like I said, means so much nowadays. Thank you. So this is what... Oh, it's an image from a textbook. The Telruck helix looks like. Pretty cool looking periodic table, if I do say so myself. Naughtiness? Count me out. I'm a straight edge. Of a roundabout. I suppose the curium could be like to dedicate it to both Pierre and Marie. Slander. That's true. Actually, Spooky, to be fair, you're on the better bender these days. Yes. You're not as naughty as you used to be. I think you're maturing. So the next attempt at a periodic table was made by the British chemist John Newlands. This is a guy I know as well. Of his classification of 62 elements. He noticed recurring trends occurring multiples of 8. So remember we had the triads, we had the spiral, and now we have the octades, I think they're called. I'm trying to remember what it was called. Based on the observation, he produced a classification of these elements in 8 groups. Each group displayed a similar progression. So this is like the first 2, then the next 8, then the next 8. It kind of fell apart after that a little bit, but, you know, generally speaking, it's not so terrible. Newland's table was ignored or ridiculed by some of his contemporaries. The Chemical Society refused to publish his... Oh, octave, that was what it was called. The president of the society, William Odling, defended the society's decision by saying that such theoretical topics might be controversial. There were even harsher opposition from within the society, suggesting the elements could have been just as well listed alphabetically. Later that year, Odling suggested a table of his own, but failed to get recognition following his role in opposing Newton's table. Oh, damn. A bit of payback, I guess it's called. Karma. You know, opposing his table and then his table not getting the recognition. German chemist Lothar Meyer also noted the sequences of similar chemical and physical properties. According to him, if the atomic weights were plotted as ordinates, vertically, up and down, Karma is a biatch. And the atomic values horizontally. The curve obtained is a series of maximums and minimums. The most electropositive elements would appear on the peaks of the curve in the order of the atomic weights. That's really interesting, actually. So, if you guys remember your chemistry vaguely, obviously the amount of protons and the amount of electrons cancel out, and so you have a neutral atom, right? But depending on which band the electrons are in and which and how many electrons are in that band, some atoms tend to be more electrostatically attractive to other atoms than other atoms. So in that case, there was this weird like electropositive analysis done on these elements to determine exactly what was going on. I saw this dude's grave. He worked at the university. Ah, no way. That's mad. There's a few weird statues and graves of like famous scientists of the universe. I know that, I don't know who the guy is, but there's a famous statue in Trinity, one of our most prestigious universities here in Ireland. And he famously said that he would rather die, or over his dead body will he ever see a woman graduate from Trinity University, Trinity School. And so a thing that's done nowadays is that women who graduate from Trinity will pose in front, photograph in front. I don't know who the guy is though. There probably is lore there. But yeah. History is interesting to look into. Sure. In a paper dated December 1869, Mayer published a new periodic table of 55 elements in which the series of the periods ended by an element of alkaline earth metal group. This is pretty close. By this time he had already seen the publication of Mendeleev's first periodic table, but his work has been largely independent. So it seems like Mendeleev did some work in parallel with this guy, because we're going to talk about Mendeleev now. But it seemed that he published, you know, a little bit independently, just to give a bit of credit here. Now, let's look at Dmitry Mendeleev. So he arranged the elements in the 63 elements at the time by atomic weight in several columns, noticing reoccurring chemical properties across them. It is sometimes said that he played chemical solitaire on long train journeys. So he would write the elements, some of their values, some of their numbers on pieces of cards, and he would literally be on the train ride with cards in his hand and like, you know, sorting them out and playing with different arrangements and stuff. Another possibility is that he was inspired in part of the periodicity by Sanskrit alphabet, which was pointed out to him by his friend Otto von Beutling. Mendeleev, look at the Sanskrit after. Indo-Aryan branch. Okay. In region of India, I believe. That just one of the things, psionic, yeah. We were doing a few bits and pieces. It appears to be George Salmon. Ah, there he goes here. I used to work in a company with an Arthur C. Clarke. Wait, what controversy? I didn't know there was a controversy with Arthur C. Clarke. What's the controversy? I'm usually, you know, well informed about these things. Oh, for feck's sakes. Why is it always the same thing? Oh, there was no evidence, though. And he was cleared of... Oh. Is this the same thing I'm looking at? It seems like there was no... Oh, okay. There was an accusation made against him, but there was no evidence. Neutralized. But it's the usual claim. But still naming... Yeah, we have a building in the university where I was taught called the Schrodinger Building. I wonder if they changed it. I think they might have changed it now. But yeah. Also for the same reasons. It is sometimes said that he played chemical solitaire. He figured there was no place for a trivalent beryllium with the atomic weight of 14 in his work, and he cut both the atomic weight and the valency of beryllium by a third, suggesting it was a divalent element with the atomic weight of 9.4. In 1870, it gained a tubular shape, and each column was given its own highest oxide. He further developed and formulated that he termed the law of periodicity. Some changes also occurred with new versions, and some elements changing positions. Just some of his early work. Try to sort them. Even as Mendeleev corrected the positions of some elements, he thought that some relationships that he could find in the grand scheme of periodicity could not be found because some elements were still undiscovered, and that the properties of such undiscovered elements could be deduced from their expected relationships. So I guess that was like what made Mendeleev the coolest one, is that it was the first periodic table that looked so much like what we have the periodic table as of now, number one. But number two, what was really interesting about it was that he predicted elements. Now, one of the biggest mistakes that he did was that he listed them according to weight, which was weird. It's actually not correct to list the elements by weight, because if you look at it, some of the elements are backwards. How do we actually list the order of the periodic table? It's not by weight. I believe he escaped Spike during that time, and he was given escape by the Irish. So they are ordered by proton number. 1, 2, 3, 4, by atomic number, exactly. But the weight of them can be slightly different because the average amount of neutrons in the nucleus could be different for some versus others. And so he forced some elements to be in certain ways when they actually weren't. He kind of concluded in the end that, well, we probably aren't measuring it correctly. I'm not wrong, everyone else is wrong, was kind of the conclusion in that order and that structure. In 1870, he first tried to categorize the yet undiscovered elements, which he termed Eka boron, Eka aluminium, Eka silicium. He also more briefly noted a few other expectations. He even proposed that the prefixes Eka, Dvi, and Tri, respectively, are a tribute to Panini and other ancient Sanskrit grammarians for their invention of the periodic alphabet. In 1871, Mendeleev expanded the predictions further. So he misplaces 7 of the then known elements: indium, thorium, yttrium, cerium, lanthanum, erbium, and didymium. The last 2 were later found to be mixtures of 2 different elements. These elements puzzled Mendeleev as they did not show regular increases in valency despite their seemingly consequential atomic weight. Mendeleev grouped them together, thinking of them as a particular kind of series. In early 1870, he decided that the weights of these elements must be wrong. So there we go, that's what I said basically. And that these rare metals should be trivalent. He measured the heat capacity of indium, uranium, and cerium to demonstrate their higher assumed valency. Mendeleev treated the change by assessing each element in an individual place in a system of elements, rather than to continue treating them as a series. Mendeleev noticed that there was a significant difference in atomic mass between cerium and tantalum, with no element between them. His consideration was that between them there was a row of yet undiscovered elements, which would display similar properties of those elements which were to be found above and below them. Okay. I didn't realize actually just how much he predicted. That's really interesting. This row would then begin with the trivalent lanthanum. Having had no success in that, he abandoned his attempts. Okay. certain rare Indian minerals in the expectation that 1 or 2 new elements might turn up and thus fill up the gap in Mendeleev's periodic table. Hey Critter, welcome in. Streaking for science, let's go. Welcome back, Tarek. None of the proposals were accepted immediately. Of those chemists that proposed their categorizations, Mendeleev strove to back his work and promote his vision of periodicity. Why am I struggling with that word so much? I'm smart sometimes, but enunciation is a struggle for me at times. Mendeleev strove to back his work and promote his vision. Mayer did not promote his work very actively, and Newlands did not make a single attempt to gain recognition abroad. Both Mendeleev and Mayer created
done nothing but lied.
their retrospective tables for pedagogical
You are a
means.
self-confessed liar.
I'm not sure what I'm lying about. Welcome in, welcome in. Getting ready for the day. Mendeleev's intent was to aid composition of his textbook, Foundations of Chemistry, whereas Mayer was rather concerned with the presentation of theories. Mendeleev's predictions emerged outside of pedagogical scope in the realm of journal science, while Mayer made no predictions at all and explicitly stated that his table in his textbook it was contained in, theories, should not be used for prediction in order to make the point to his students to not make too many purely theoretical constructed projections. Mendeleev and Mayer differed in temperament, at least when it came to the promotion of their work. Boldness of Mendeleev's predictions were noted by some contemporary chemists, however skeptical they may have been. Mayer referred to Mendeleev's boldness in the addition of modern theories, whereas Mendeleev mocked Mayer's indecisiveness to predict an addition of Foundation of Chemistry. So there was a lot of BS, or not BS, a lot of catfighting between Mayer and Mendeleev. So this was like, so do you know the way rappers do diss tracks of other rappers? I'm not really knowledgeable in this, but as far as I know, that's a thing that rappers do. So back in the 1800s, between scientists, they would write a diss line in their books. They were beefing, exactly. So there was a classic lovely beef between Mayer and Mendeleev. SpongeBob mocking memes. Oh no. I think it's time for a cup of coffee, Critter. Eventually, the periodic table was appreciated for its descriptive power and for finally systematizing the relationship between the elements. Although the appreciation was not universal. Mendeleev and Mayer had an argument via an exchange of articles in the British journal Chemical News over priority of the periodic table. In 1882, the Royal Society in London awarded the Davy Medal to both Mendeleev and Mayer for their work to classify the elements. Although 2 of the Mendeleev's predicted elements had been discovered by then, Mendeleev's predictions were not all mentioned in the prize rationale. That's really interesting. Mendeleev predicted elements and they were discovered according to his predictions. That was pretty pog. If both people are vegan, is it still called beefing? I'm not even sure why it's called beefing in the first place, Critter. Do you know the lore? So Mendeleev's Ica aluminium was discovered in 1875. We know as gallium now. Ica boron and Ica silicium were discovered respectively as scandium and germanium. Mendeleev was even able to correct some initial measurements. That's really, really cool. So some people thought that he was being a pompous prick, but then, yeah. Mendeleev advised the discoverer, French chemist Paul-Émile Lecoq de Bois-Badran, to measure the density again. De Bois-Badran was initially skeptical, because he thought, Mendeleev was being cocky fecker, but eventually admitted to the correctness of the prediction. So imagine being such like an a-hole. Obviously that's a bit of a stretch, but being so cocky and being like, listen, Lecoq. I need to tell you something. Your measurement of one of your elements, let me see. Oh, I can't even see what element it was. But one of the elements that you measured, I think, is actually incorrect based on my theoretical model of atomic theory. So could you please remeasure it? Imagine that is what someone did. Oh well. The word beef comes from 19th century London rhyming slang where hot beef meant stop thief, evolving into a general term for shouting, complaining, and finally a serious personal dispute or public rivalry. I feel like beefing is a new word though, or is that relatively new? I feel like it kind of evolved in the last 7-8 years, or am I just becoming more social in the last 7 and 8 years? Has it been around for a long time? To all of you old people in the chat, has beefing been around for a while? It's pretty old. Oh, okay. Fair enough, fair enough. By 1890, Mendeleev's periodic table had been universally recognized as a piece of basic chemical knowledge. Apart from his own correct predictions, a number of aspects may have contributed to this, such as the correct accommodation for many elements whose atomic weights were thought to have wrong values, but later corrected. The debate on the position of the rare metals helped spur the discussion about the table as well. In 1889, Mendeleev noted at the Faraday Lecture to the Royal Institution in London that he had not expected to live long enough to mention their discovery to the Chemical Society of Great Britain, as a confirmation of the exactitude, generality of the periodic law. Tupac and Biggie talked about beefing. Okay. To complain, he'll beef and kick like a steer, and let on he won't ever wear him. Interesting. As long as a cow has existed. Le boeuf. I think that's where the term beef comes from. It comes from a French word. It is odd that, well, I don't know if it is odd, but it is interesting that we do use different terms for meat from an animal when it's, number one, cooked and chosen to, it's going to be eaten. Back in my days, cows were not domesticated. Oh my god. We've still so much to get done on the periodic table. Oh! What? I thought we're coming towards the end. There was just a change done by another guy. But it turns out there's so much more. Oh, that's atomic theory and stuff. Okay, that's different. That's fine. 72-hour stream incoming. Oh, really, Harold? Different sources of the word cow. Is there anything interesting? Imagine there being... The great value of Newland's, Mendeleev's, and Lothar Mayer's generalization, known as the periodic arrangement of elements, is universally acknowledged. But a study of this arrangement, it must be allowed, is a somewhat tantalizing pleasure, for although the properties of elements do undoubtedly vary qualitatively, and indeed show approximate quantitative relations to their position in the periodic table, yet there are inexplicable deviations from regularity, which hold forth hopes of the discovery of a still more far-reaching generalization. What that generalization may be is not yet to be divined, but that it must be underlie what is known, and must furnish a clue to the explanation of irregularities cannot be disputed. British chemists William Ramsay and Morse Traverse in the 1900 discussion of the research of new gases. No worries, Critter. Take care. British chemist Henry Cavendish, very, very popular scientist in England. The discovery of hydrogen in 1766 discovered that air is composed of more gases than nitrogen and oxygen. He recorded these findings in 1784 and 85. He found a then unidentified gas less reactive than nitrogen. Helium was first reported in 1868. So Cavendish was like sus. He was like, yo, there's something really weird in the air. A little bit. And yeah, I'm not sure what it is. But it took until almost 100 years later, 80 years later, in 1868 to discover helium. The report was based on a new technique of spectroscopy. Some spectral lines in light emitted by the sun did not match those of any known elements. Ah! Fucking ghost in this house, man. Wait. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. That was surprising. Maxwell! Ghost or bun? Oh, jeez Louise. Jeez Louise. No revolting, no. Don't be getting ideas now, lab rats. We do not support revolutions on this stream. Nuh-uh. Okay. Got my breath. The report was based on a new technique of spectroscopy. So they found a lot of helium in the sun. Mendeleev was not convinced by this finding, since variance of temperature led to change of intensity of spectral lines and their location on the spectrum. That's really cool, actually. This opinion was held by some other scientists of the day, some of whom believed the spectral lines were due to a particular state of hydrogen existing in the sun's atmosphere. Others believed that the spectral lines could belong to an element that occurred on the sun, but not on Earth. That's not that crazy of an assumption. Some believed it was yet to be found on Earth. In 1894, lads, the photon was just about to be disputed and proven to exist. In like 6 years' time. This is... Sorry. British scientist William Ramsay and British physicist Lord Rayleigh, Rayleigh lines, anyone? Isolated argon from air and determined that it was a new element. Argon did not engage in any chemical reactions. Odd. It did not fit into the periodic law and thus challenged the very notion of it. Not all scientists immediately accepted this report. Mendeleev's original response was that argon was a triatomic form of nitrogen rather than an element of its own. So kind of like the ozone layer where there was oxygen in 3 positions. Mendeleev thought that originally that argon wasn't an element either. It thought that it was nitrogen in a triatomic state as well. While the notion of the possibility of a group between that of halogens and that of alkali metals had existed, argon did not easily match the position between chlorine and potassium because its atomic weight exceeded those of both chlorine and potassium. Didn't fit either. Others were proposed. Ramsay supposed argon could be a mixture of different gases. For a while, Ramsay believed that argon could be a mixture of 3 gases of similar weights, a triad of iron, cobalt, and nickel, and to be similarly placed in group 8. However, in 1896, Ramsay tested a report of an American chemist, William Francis Hilbrand, who found a stream of unreactive gas from a sample of uranite. 3 nitrogens in a trench coat, exactly. Wishing to prove its nitrogen, Ramsay analyzed a different uranium mineral, cleveite, and found a new element which he named krypton. Any Superman fans? This finding was corrected by British chemist William Crookes, who matched its spectrum to that of Sun's helium. Following this discovery, Ramsay used fractional distillation to separate the components of air and discover several more gases: metargon, krypton, neon, and xenon. Detailed spectroscopic analysis of the first of these demonstrated it was argon contaminated by carbon-based impurity. Ramsay was initially skeptical about the existence of gases heavier than argon. The discovery of krypton and xenon came as a surprise to him. However, Ramsay accepted his own discovery, and the 5 newly discovered inert gases were placed in a single column in the periodic table. Although Mendeleev's table predicted several undiscovered elements, it did not predict the existence of such inert gases, and Mendeleev originally rejected these findings as well. So even though Arrhenius was like really mean to Mendeleev and didn't let him get his Nobel Prize for it, Mendeleev was also like quite vocal in a lot of his history. As you can see, Mendeleev was a bit of a word. What is a politically correct term here? Something politically correct here, chat. No, that's not politically correct, Spooky. Assertive, outspoken. There we go. I like the way you think, chat. There we go. Very outspoken of his opinions. Although the sequence of atomic weights suggested that inert gases should be located between halogens and alkali metals, and there were suggestions to put them in group 8, such placement contradicted one of Mendeleev's basic consideration, that of the highest oxides. Inert gases did not form any oxides, and no other compounds at all. And as such, their placement in a group where elements should form tetraoxides has seen as merely auxiliary and not natural. Mendeleev doubted the inclusion of these elements in the first place. Later developments, particularly by British scientists, focus on corresponding of inert gases with halogens to their left and alkali metals to their right. 1898, when only helium, argon, and krypton were definitely known. This is crazy, chat. 1898, they were still arguing about fucking helium. And like, they were still arguing about the freaking existence of atoms. We still didn't know about the proton. Sorry, we're bound to find out about the proton. Insane development of atomic theory during this time. It escalated so quickly. Arguing about helium with squeaky voices. Imagine. Ramsay published an article after his discussion with Mendeleev. The table in it featured halogens to the left of the inert gases and alkali metals to the right. 2 weeks after that discussion, Belgian botanist Leo Herrera to put the elements in a new group, 0. In 1902, Mendeleev wrote that those elements should be put in a new group 0. He said he had this idea was consistent with what Ramsay suggested to him and referred to Herrera as the first person to suggest the idea. Mendeleev himself added these elements to the table as group 0 in 1902 without distributing the basic concept of the periodic table. In 1905, Swiss chemist Alfred Werner resolved the dead zone of Mendeleev's table. He determined that the rare metals, the lanthanides, 13 of which are known, lay within that gap. Although Mendeleev knew of lanthanum, cerium, and erbium, they were previously unaccounted for in the table because of their total number and exact order were not known. This was in part a consequence of the similar chemistry and the imprecise determination of their atomic masses. Combined with the lack of a known group of similar elements, this rendered the placement of the lanthanides in the periodic table difficult. This discovery led to a restructuring of the table and the first appearance of the 32 column form. So this is, do you know that weird thing about the periodic table? See this? Oh. Oh. See this periodic table here? These are the lanthanides. Arguing with helium with squeaky voices would be funny, though. I think so. That would be a good thing to do. We should reenact Mendeleev and Meyer's debate. Balloons of helium. As they argue against each other. In 1904, Mendeleev's table rearranged several elements and included the noble gases along the most other newly discovered elements. It still had the dead zone, and a row 0 was added above hydrogen and helium, which were widely believed to be elements at the time. To include coronium. What's coronium? What? I know about the ether, but... I never heard about this one. Yeah, it was just an ion. Yeah, I never heard about it, though. Which were widely believed to be elements at the time. Although the Michelson-Morley experiment cast doubt on the possibility of the luminiferous ether as a space-filling medium, physicists set constraints for its properties. Mendeleev believed it had to be a very light gas with an atomic mass several orders of magnitude smaller than that of hydrogen. I suppose it doesn't have to fit into the periodic table because we didn't know about the idea of subatomic aspects as well. However, Mendeleev firmly believed that the future would only develop the notion rather than challenge it, reaffirmed his belief in his writing in 1902. There was one other guy. Ah, there he is, Henry Moseley. That's the guy I was looking for. So Henry Moseley is kind of like the last nail in the coffin to develop the periodic table the way we have it now. Following British physicist... Oh, maybe I should read a bit more here. He comes up any earlier. I don't think he does. Following the British physicist Charles Clover Barkle's discovery of characteristic X-rays emitted from metals in 1906, British physicist Henry Moseley considered a possible correlation between X-ray emissions and physical properties of elements. Moseley, along with Charles Galton Darwin, Niels Bohr, and George de Hevesy, proposed that the nuclear charge Z might be mathematically related to physical properties. The significance of these atomic properties was determined in the Geiger-Marsden experiments, in which the atomic nucleus and its charge were discovered and conducted in 1908 and 1913. As far as we know, yes. As far as we know, they are identical. Unless anyone has anything contrary to say to it, I believe that is the belief. I believe that is the current belief at the moment. It's kind of cool that the recipe of our whole universe is only made up of that. Protons, neutrons, and electrons. Obviously, there's other subatomic particles, but generally, most of matter is made out of those. We can go into a bit more, like what makes up a proton. But yeah. Actually, that reminds me. I would love to bookmark some really cool stuff to 3D print. Maker World, I think, is one website. What would I print? Education? Science. We'll do science. So there's some really cool prints I would love to do. So I tried to print this earlier today. It was a bit difficult, but I love this. So you might say, Tofu, you're not a biologist, but I did study biology for a long time and I would love to teach it more, but these are little cute dendrites. My last nerve. That's a nerve cell in case anyone wasn't too aware. I would love like a little chemistry kit of to print some molecular what are they called? Molecular modeling. Will it explode? This is the one I want to print. I think this might be cool. I must be made out of dark matter because people are always calling me dense. Oh, what's this one? Looks cool. How do you build it though? Is this actually a way to build it, or is it just the kit that stands by? It looks like it's just a kit that stands by itself. Oh my god! It's a book nook of Port. Oh wow. That is so wonderful. This artist is amazing. Look at that. That is cute. That is very cute. A mini desktop. Oh, a plant cell. That's really, really cool. This is a little Bernoulli physics thing, but it's okay. You can build it out of other stuff, so. Can I drink it? Ah, pH measurement. pH is weird. Like, it's so much easier to talk about molar and yeah, but look. That's right. They did make boob keycaps. I know her name, but I butchered it. It's Aurelia or Aurelia Studies. I always forget which way to pronounce it. She's corrected me so many times. I feel horrible, but it's Aurelia Studies who did that. Aurelia, I think. I used to pronounce it Aurelia. There's not too many educational physics stuff. I wish there was a bit more. Ariella. Ariella. Is that Ariella? Oh, I'm so terrible. I'm going to hell. What's for the tardigrades? Ooh, wait a second. That's kind of interesting to show the constructive and destructive interference. Of waves. Hi Silver, welcome in, welcome in. Hi Chippy. If you guys have a link to anything really, really cool, let me know. Oh, magnetic stir sounds like a very good thing. Confusion. Ah, atomic orbital models. That's cool. I'm not a big fan of orbital.
That still only counts as one.
Orbital. What's the word? Just learning. Go back. We fucked up everything. This is cool though. Excuse me. Achoo. Woo. Aw. Oh, it's a little plant for the portal companion. Bless you. We hardly heard it. Oh, I've been practicing my sneezes. I've been trying to keep my sneezes quieter. I'm glad to hear that it's much quieter now. So yeah, if you guys have any cool demos, you find something that's good science teaching, this might be cool to show what the word landlocked is. I wouldn't mind a nice display, tidally locked. Is this the biggest leap of subjects? What do you mean? This about the periodic. Okay. So you can like make a custom word from periodic table to this. True. Jigsaw puzzle. That's what I was kind of thinking. So this is what I want. Like if I have a baba, right? If I'm lucky enough to have kids, I would love to... Do you know the way when your kids are young and they're learning English, learning how to speak and stuff? You might get them like an Azbuka or whatever, an alphabet book, or you get them to get funny shapes and putting the shapes through holes to match. What I would love is to get like a periodic table where they have to slot the right periodic elements through. But that might be a bit... I'm going to take a wild guess and not many toys like that exist. I could be wrong though. Be wrong. Just it feels like there's not too many educational things online, like proper educational stuff. And I know what you guys are going to say, and you're going to say tofu be the educational thing. And you're probably right. I should be changed, but I'm not good at this stuff. Like the creating, the makering, the 3D printing thing. Maybe a bit child cruel. How is this child cruelty? You think it's funny? Is it like the combination of the elements that are like not good? Oh, look, the little octopus holding your little pipettes.
Looks like
Meat's back on the menu,
boys.
Easy Juice, thank you so much for 200 biddies. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. Financial support really, really means a lot to me these days, so thank you so much. Would a 3D printed planetarium... What's a planetarium? I thought a planetarium was a place. Do you mean like an oratory or whatever it's called? Or orrery? Sorry, orrery. Yeah, so I've seen a few orreries. They're okay, I guess. Oh. Cards. Okay, yeah, I've seen a few of those. I get to see if my card is still blocked. You get bits. Hey, everyone's a winner. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Okay, I think I need to be the change. It doesn't seem too many too many really educational things. So perhaps I need to be the change that we want there to be. I'm not very creative. I don't know. What we could do, it could be a very simple thing to play around with, is play around with not the simple model. What is it called? What's the model? Physics? Symmetric model? No fucking thank you. $5 grand. Yeah, I can 3D print and you lick it thing instead. Hi Rista, welcome in, welcome in. Or at least collab with someone who can do the design. Yeah, that's true. A collab with someone who can do the 3D design sounds great, but also... Yeah, because like if it's... The problem is I have to pay them. And it's fine if they are like a 3D printer person and that you subscribe to their channel, pay €5 a month or whatever, and you can get free access. But my whole idea is to make education for free.
In a graveyard.
Thank you, Hazy. I did, yeah. Lion King, I did do that. Are there many other physicists on Twitch that you might be confusing me with? Tofu, pay them an exposure. Artists love that. True, Spooky. True. Don't pay your artists. Just tell them, oh, but it's just to get your name out. It's great for exposure. Yeah. That was a joke, by the way. Radiation exposure. Alright, I'm bursting to pee. I've been drinking a lot of water to stay hydrated. For legal reasons, that was a joke. Thank you, Clem. Thank you, Clem, for covering me legally. That was a joke. That was a joke. There is a lot of sarcasm on this channel, and we assume that many people understand that. But sometimes it is not safe to assume, to be fair. It's not safe to assume. That is true. That is true. So I'm going to go pee. I'll be back in a little while. When I come back, I'm going to look through 2 chemistry books I own. I want to see if there's anything interesting about the periodic table history in them. Or possibly maybe some chemistry that we could do. I am tempted to do more chemistry. I know, shocker. I don't know if you guys know, I actually have a chemistry degree. Hide it secretly. Light is, i.e. his speed in the y direction. The answer is 2.83 meters per second in the y-axis. We can do the exact same thing except using cosine rule, adjacent over hypotenuse is equal to cos 45, and determine as well that the answer is 2.83 meters per second. What is going on? Why is the answer the same? Is this a mistake? No, this is what 45-degree angle is all about. So if you ever see that 45-degree angle, know that your components are going to be the same in the end. This is great. We just determined at what speed Gimli is going up initially and at what speed he's going sideways initially as 2 separate components. The first part we're going to determine is how long was Gimli in the air. And we have 3 kinematic equations we talked about earlier. You could sit there and basically decipher, tick off what information you have and what information you're looking for. And using this method, you can determine that you need the s is equal to ut plus a half of at squared. The x naught cancels off because that's the initial position and the initial position is 0. What we're doing here is we're substituting all the y components. How long Gimli is in the air is only dependent on the y vector, all the up arrows and all the down arrows, and that's what we're substituting here in this equation. We determined that roughly the height difference was 1.37 meters, 1 Gimli, but remember it has to be a negative. And also remember that when substituting for gravity, you have to make it minus 9.81 meters per second squared, because gravity is acting against us. We then get ourselves into a quadratic equation and we use the minus b formula. We know what the a component, b component, and c component is. I simplified the mathematics here and subbed in all the values, but we get two possible answers because there's a plus or a minus part of the equation. Two answers result in 1.124 and the other one is minus 3.189. And I am ignoring the negative sign because, well, time doesn't move negatively, technically. That's another story for another time, why it can be negative. But in this case, we can only take a positive answer for time, and so we've determined that Gimli has been in the air for 1.124 seconds. Now that we know the time that Gimli has spent in the y-axis, how long he was going up and how long he was going down, that's also the amount of time that he spent going in the x direction. That kind of didn't change. If we know how long he was up in the air for, we know exactly that's how long he was going for when he was going in the x direction with no air resistance, and it didn't change in speed. And so using your simple speed equation, v is equal to distance divided by time, we know that his speed was 2.83 in the x direction. We know he was in the air for 1.2 seconds. Multiply those values together and we estimated that he got tossed at 3.18 meters. You can evaluate the video and determine that maybe we're slightly off on the meters. I feel like there could have been an extra meter there by eyeballing the image of the film. But overall, I thought the estimations were pretty accurate. I hope you found this video informative, educational, or at the very least, a bit of fun. The most extended credits go to Medjay, a dear friend of mine who animated this whole series. Fantastic artist and a fantastic human being. And thank you so much finally to my Twitch chat who participated live in solving this problem. Take care of yourself, stay safe, and stay curious. Imagine the year is 1943 and you live in the Soviet Union. You and your family had to pack up your belongings and move cross countries to Kazakhstan for your safety because of World War II. You abandon your home, your life, your work, your career, your friends into a very, very crammy train, into a very crammy apartment that you share with many others because you know everything is just up in flames. The whole world is at risk at the moment. However, one evening you get a phone call. A very important man is on the other line and he says, you are to return to Moscow urgently. You have to carry out specialized work, and the phone hangs up. The weight of the nation is on your shoulders, but you must answer that call. You must leave your family again and travel across the country back to Moscow so that you can work on the atomic bomb. This is a story of a scientist on the other side of the wall. Her name was Zinaida Ershova, and please give me this opportunity to share her incredible story. She was born on October 23rd, 1904. She enrolled in Moscow State University and was part of the Faculty of Physics and Mathematics. She found somewhat of a calling in laboratory work, in experimental work, and so worked in the chemical labs. She absolutely loved working with radioactive materials. I only laugh a little bit because that's a scary area to love to work in. But she connected her life through it, and so she worked really hard in working in a radiochemical laboratory. In 1924, she was going to meet a man that was going to pave her way into her work and field and area of expertise. She met Vitaly Chlopin. He was the deputy. I'm just making tea at the moment. Give me a few minutes for the kettle to boil. We say it's very simple to make a cloud chamber, but getting your hands on dry ice is quite tough. I know we have to order it specially, but maybe I'm wrong about that. How easy is it for you civilians to order it? I remember looking into it, and it feels like there's some dodgy laws in place about me ordering it. My background and because of the academic institution I'm involved in. I thought that was a candy cane at first. It's a cheese string. It's a good snack. You know, get your protein, your fats. You've dry ice available at your local grocery store? Where the heck do you live, Whale? That's amazing. Really? Damn. That's amazing. I would love for dry ice to be that available. I feel like we have to get special permission to order it here. I could be wrong though. Hi Baz, welcome in. To be fair, you can buy guns from Walmart. Okay, you know what? Yeah. That is a statement. Okay. So I have a chemistry textbook. I'm just gonna have a quick look at this. Ooh, let me see if there is like a little section on the history of chemistry or something. Approaching chemistry, chemistry and the elements, elements in the periodic table. Page 5. Yeah, so talks about the first tabulation from Lavoisier. Then Johann Daubernier and his triads. Then Dmitry Mendeleev. Yeah, nowhere near as broad as the Wikipedia page, of course. I've seen dry ice available at an everyday grocery store. Damn, that's amazing. I've never seen dry ice being sold here in Ireland. I don't think you can buy it here. Might have to special order it online. I was gone there. I was just grabbing myself a cup of tea. Alright. Now, if I were to do a chemistry series, not saying I will, I'm not joining the dark side, but if I were, I guess I would start with Dalton's atomic theory? Really? Yeah, I feel like there were a few horror stories of like people accidentally eating dry ice, you know, in cocktails and drinks like that. And yeah. That they put in a lot more regulations in place because of it. Well, surely you have to be able to make dry ice, that's true. There are suppliers with websites in Ireland, but it looks like most are oriented towards business to business rather than... I was thinking that, yeah. That's why I was thinking that I can get access to it as a lecturer. But I have to do a special order and all of this. Which we don't really need, because if we're doing demos or anything like that in my university, we have access to liquid nitrogen. So there's no need, like, if you can get away with liquid nitrogen, why bother special ordering dry ice? Oh, cool, Dragon. That's insane. My tea's too hot. Yeah, still. Anyways, in the end, if you're going to use dry ice, go ahead, use it. Just do be careful a little bit. Do be careful a little bit. Do you know what I realized, what I always thought was fun in chemistry? Is balancing chemical equations. It's a very basic thing, but when you have quite complex equations, and you have to keep track of, well, that element can't exist, you know, depending on how you build it and stuff. So, yeah, balancing chemical equations was definitely a fun one that I used to like in chemistry. How are you doing, Chris? Welcome in. If I wanted liquid nitrogen, I think I might be able to get it at a welding shop. They might not sell it to me. Yeah, no, liquid nitrogen, we have to do special order as a, but universities usually do get a lot of access to it. In our case, just because we're a university or a physics lab doesn't mean we get it. It's because we get it because of the nuclear research we do. So you have to like prove that you use it first. But like most physics labs will use it. For example, something as simple as a scanning electron microscope needs it. You know, most laboratories would have one. It was also satisfying. I agree, Clem. Yeah, it's very good. We constantly had dry ice just randomly sitting in the office sink. The Durer. I have a YouTube video on the Durer and how it works. It's a good video on heat. So what I might do actually, while we're chatting away here, is I might open Tinkercad and maybe start slowly designing Bob. I know I can play Mass Effect, but I need to keep my brain active. I worry if I play a video game right now that I let my brain think too much. I think games like Mass Effect give me too much room to think. Well, unless we play a game where all my brain thinking activity is taken over. What's a game that absolutely sucks the life out of you? While it might not be theoretically the highest scoring play, but the current world record in English Scrabble is Oxfenbutazone. Damn. And it froze my hands. Oh, Jesus. Had to warm them in ice water. Jesus. League. Stellaris. Yeah, I want to keep my brain as active as possible these days. Keep working. Balatro. You look so young. How old are you? I am 30. Oh, I'll be 31 soon. Celebrating my birthday. My birthday. Maybe we'll do something special on stream for that. I don't know if anyone can achieve what I've done, I suppose. I will say what I've been able to do quite young is achieve full lecture position. That is very unusual at my age. At the age of 30, to have gotten a full-term, full-scale lecturer contract, which is pretty amazing at that age. Able to get an early promotion. But actually, one of the things that helped me, I think, get an early promotion is doing this, Science Communication Online, by showing the powers of social medias and the internets and being down with the kids really helped out. Evening from Australia. Good night from Australia. Isn't it like really late for you, Malk, the omnipresence? It's like way past bedtime, no? Yeah, what is X for? I feel like I've heard with it. Down with the kids? What's the average age of chat? Spooky, I'm actually curious. I feel like I've asked you this before. What age are you? I would guess 35. But sometimes I think you're like way younger than me. But I don't think so. I don't think so. Add 10 to that. Oh, really? Okay. I wouldn't have put you much older than me at all. I didn't realize I was 6 years older than Tofu. Yeah, no, I was very lucky to become a lecturer. I skipped the whole postdoc thing, which is very unusual. It's just right place, right time. Shocking coincidence. Let's have a look at Tarek. Oh. Ugh. Oh. This looks like my worst nightmare. Yeah, no thanks. Age does not equal mature. That is true, Spooky. You're living proof of that. Also, yeah, that's true. I suppose my interdisciplinary degree is really important as well. I think there was a lot of stuff I saw on LinkedIn of some young kids. By saying young kids, I mean 25-year-olds, getting PhDs and saying because they're interdisciplinary, they're not getting jobs, they're not getting postdoc positions. And I thought that was so weird because in most funding applications, in most like PhD funding applications, general postdoc applications, that's the buzzword everyone uses. It doesn't even mean anything, I think, at this stage, but everyone is like, oh yeah, we want interdisciplinary. We want academia x industry collab. It's this big thing that everyone is doing. But it seems like I keep hearing about complaints of, oh, you're not specific enough, you'll never get anything. Which I thought was a bit odd. I thought, yeah. Because if you can be a jack of all trades, under training, you can definitely do a lot more specific work. Well. I won't comment much more than that, but I've heard a lot of ups and downs and the opposites of those discussions. You can either be too specific or too generic. I suppose that's true to everything, yeah. That is true to everything. Specialization is for insects. I've never heard of that figure of speech, but that's interesting. Just gonna explore some stuff for Tinkercad. My work calls it agile, i.e. throwing you to a different department because they have work you don't. Ah. Is that what they say, huh? Hi Ecad, welcome in. How roughly long I want. Hi. Ugh. Down. I used to love this as a kid, and I've been really loving it again. Reminds me of my childhood a lot more. Is black tea with mint leaves. Something I really, really love. Delicious. Delicious. Say 15 by 5? People need to be able to do many things well just to get through a day. That is true. Yeah, no, I'm definitely a bigger fan of interdisciplinary people. Just if I were to hire a PhD student, would I want to hire someone who only ever had an electrochemistry background? Like did a electrochemistry bachelor degree, electrochemistry masters, and only did, let's say, something very, very specific like lithium battery work only? Or would I want a student who did something like a general science degree for a bachelor's, an FYP in electrochemical modeling, and then a master's in solid state or something like that? I mean, on paper, I guess you would want the lithium battery person, but yes, to get the lithium recipe. Exactly, Spooky, exactly. Oh, in my case, I would think like as a vanadium flow battery research. But because of the way we do things, yeah, it could be very specific. It depends. My concern with someone with lithium battery research and only knowing lithium battery is that they only know how to work with certain high-level equipment. They might not be able to have, they might not have ever built anything before. With more novel research with things like vanadium flow batteries, you have to build everything yourself. And so if you've never built anything, what use are you to me, you know? I need people who are good with their hands. Yeah. For example, in that case, you might think it's black and white. This person here who has done lithium battery research would be way better suited for me. But I could argue definitely that it all comes back down to the interview. Absolutely does. But it all depends on the student, how they do in the interview, how everything. But on paper, I wouldn't actually just blindly go for the lithium battery person, for example. And I have nothing against lithium battery people. So maybe like 30 would be good. Yeah, 30. Oh, what did I just do there? Battery person or a Nika. Yeah, that'd be interesting to see. I've actually never had a mature student apply for research with. Oh no, actually, technically I've had. But when I say mature student, they're a technicality mature. They're still younger than me. You know what I mean? In Ireland, a mature student is older than 23 years old, I think. I could be corrected on that, but that's the technicality. On the line, so it's easier to see. That's the technicality here. 33 years of age. I'm more of a generalist and did not go down with specific route on undergrad. How can I make it come across as benefit and a downside? Great question. What I would do for those kind of interviews, and generally this is great advice for the interview, is look at the application again, very carefully written. And what you're going to do is you're going to prepare for your interview according to the specifications of the PhD requirements. What I mean by that is there should be a general guide, like what they're looking for. So they'll say something like, we're looking for experience in this, we're looking for possibility in this. Even if you don't have experience in that specific field, prepare a little spiel of an equivalent or close enough to it, would be my advice. And whatever the research topic is in, show that you can do research. Like say that, look, I might not have been an expert in this field, but I'm a really good researcher. In preparation for this interview, I've looked into A, B, and C, and I've shown D, E, and F. You know, all these little things. That would be my suggestion. To look at the application carefully and cater and prepare for it specifically. Hi, Kip. At the start of September, I start my Geoscience uni course. Let's go! Geoscience sounds so much fun. I'm assuming that it's a mixture of geochemistry, geophysics. If that's the course it's called. It sounds really, really cool. I do there. What's the next? We did a few things. We did the history of the periodic table. We updated all our projects, which is the tricorder, rebob, and the bouncing switch. So I need to do some research off stream on a lot of these things. So right now I'm just messing around with some templates for Bob. Chat, what did we learn today? That's a great question. Did anyone actually learn anything today, especially during the history of the periodic table? I learned that Mendeleev wasn't as innocent as I thought he was. Turns out he was a bit of a lip smacker. Well, is lip smacker the correct term? What is a lip smacker? Now that we're on the topic, what is a lip smacker, chat? Gosh, there we go. Like this, we make it 2 millimeters. And instead of making it 20 over here, we're going to make it 10. Copy times. I thought lip smacker was a type of lip gloss. I thought a lip smacker was like someone who kisses a lot of people. That's why I doubted myself there for a sec. Thought I got the terminology wrong. But yeah, I've not heard of that phrase before. That's fair. I've learned that beef is an old expression for holding a grudge. The things we learn. You know what? Whatever. I always told you guys every day is a school day. This is an educational channel. So if this is all we learned, this is all we learned. I mean, shame on you, but also you can only be held accountable enough for how your teacher taught you. You've no blame in this, chat. No blame at all. It's all Tofu's fault, really. You think long and hard on it, it's all Tofu's fault. No, I've only used Tinkercad and I'm really happy with it. I think Tinkercad is really great. In terms of being free and the movability. There's a few frustrating features, but I've also noticed that there's opposite frustrating features on things like Fusion. So, yeah. Blender is way too hard. I struggled with Blender. I think I might have almost quit because of it. Right, so we have those 2 plates done. And wait, we want. Our bottom part is a bit different. So, what we're going to do is we're just going to move some of the plates out of the way so they're not in the way. Some of these designs. It is great for art stuff. Fair enough, yeah. She almost tossed it in the blender. But yeah, Blender was a bit too hard. But I guess, like you pointed out, it probably isn't meant to be for someone like me anyway. So now the last part we need to build is the sides. I actually used Fusion 360 the other day instead of Tinkercad because it was actually easier for one time. Yeah, like it depends. It really does depend on your project. Sometimes you just need Tinkercad and sometimes you just need Fusion. Like it really, really depends on the project for sure. But I already do too much CAD stuff during my day job. That's true. I can definitely relate to that, Shippy. I feel like I will change my teaching over the next year or two on Twitch. Because I need to stop teaching the things that I teach in my job. But for now, I'm almost lost the motivation, but I'm finishing up some stuff. So I pretty much taught everything I know in DCAC. And what I might do is I'm going to finish the Logic stuff this year. But after that, I think I'm going to just go on a self-learning journey. I'm going to teach myself new things. I learn them and understand them. Videos on them. I've already kind of started doing that with thermodynamics anyway. Even though I do know thermodynamics, but I'm still revising it. But like I said, chemistry has been really interesting to me recently. So I might actually start teaching chemistry. And again, I technically have the background. It's not like I just decided to teach philosophy because I read a book. You know, I do have the technical qualifications for it. It's just I haven't done it in so many years. I do need the background revision again. So this is going to be the top lid, right? Yes, I am. It's gonna be the top lid, which means no, I'm stupid. Sorry. This is what I need. It's a paste twice, actually. Hi, Japer. Welcome in. Except for using chat as guinea pigs for lesson planning. That is true. If I want to do a new lesson, I do make lab rats suffer. And like, I have so many textbooks. I bought so many textbooks that I want to learn from, but I'm not learning. Not sure why. I feel like I waste a lot of my time. I don't find Twitch a waste of time. I don't find recording videos a waste of time. I don't even find video games a waste of time. If I'm playing video games, it's not a waste of time. I genuinely think my presence online is really toxic. I have a really bad relationship with the internet, and I've been talking about it for months. But doom scrolling is real. Like, I'm just going to check my phone real. I have stuff to do, but I'm like, oh yeah, I'll just quick. I'm gonna, see. Oh, did anyone comment on my YouTube video? Let's just see. Yeah, no. Did anyone comment on my YouTube video? No comments. Okay, maybe I'll check Instagram. So. Any likes? Any new comments? And then I check the comments. I reply to them or whatnot, and then I start scrolling through music or scrolling through the videos, and it just doesn't. It's just awful. Me and Reddit are not. I'm not addicted to Reddit, thank goodness, because that would have been another thing in the mixture. But it's such a horrible time sink. Like, even Alone in One Day. We used it like last month, Spooky, where I mixed up the drill bits and I really fucked up something. Were you there for that, Spooky? But yeah, I need to learn how to G-code. I want to learn to do some custom stuff on it. Honestly, I would love to see open source. So, because I don't 3D print I know I'm doing it now, but I don't really do 3D print design stuff. What I'm looking for is a website where people have G-coded stuff for a CNC. Like, I would love to start off there, just to use my CNC, but I haven't found something yet, Spooky. If you guys know of a website, let me know, that has CNC G-coded things. Oh my god, my YouTube just crashed. YouTube, I'm coming back to you. I'm coming back to you guys. There we go, I'm back. Sorry, it crashed. It is such a huge waste of time. Oh, there is? What is it? What is the game, Spooky? I think so, Wombat Hole. I'm not sure what else I can do. Yeah, I need to learn how to do that, Chippy. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. Let's move you over there, bud. We'll just move you off the grid. The top layer. Stick up.
That still only counts as one.
Yes. Yes, that's right. And it should be 3 centimeters. The only scrolling info in Google feed, and that's limited. Yeah. Thanks. Let me look at this link. I'll have a look. Take your machine skills to the next level. This expansion introduces computer numerical control, allowing you to program and execute. Nice. I mean... Oh, it's a DLC of a game, though, specifically. Good afternoon, Tofu. Hi, Kevin. Welcome in. That's mad. The devs seem active and amenable on it. Okay. Maybe it's worth looking into it. Feck it, if we could learn playing a video game, that would be awesome. Milling Machine Simulator, Lathe, CNC, and CNC Lathe. $47 is expensive. It is. I saw the 20% discount. I would like to just try the milling machine by itself, but it's a DLC only. Hi, Nerdwino. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you keeping? I was going to say, did you stay up to watch the launch? It wasn't staying up for you. I know you streamed it. How did the live stream go? What are you up to? Hi, Oscar. I am building a base for my robot, Bob. So he's only a prototype, and we're building permanent base for him now. There is a demo for the main game. Okay, maybe it's worth trying the demo. That might be something to try. Okay, I'm installing the demo. Maybe we can even try it on stream. See if this game is any good. From my Bob. Oh no. Sorry. My Bob. My Bob is a robot I built. He's a self-balancing robot. Some problems with the booster, but still but Starship seemed like everything was good. Always fun to watch it with the community. Base game plus the CNC milling DLC. Yeah, so it's a milling game, as far as I can see, and the CNC milling DLC is yeah. Yeah, look, I'll try out the demo. Let's see if it's any good. Maybe it'll teach us how to use my CNC a bit more. Because, like, I want to learn how to build my battery and stuff like that. But, yeah, I just need to sit down. Here's the thing about doing those kind of stuff on stream. I would love to do more streams of me learning to doing things. And you might say, oh, the backseat gaming is overwhelming. It is, but you know what? It's fine. That's not the issue I have. My biggest issue is copyright. When I learn things by myself, I usually learn from YouTube. Or, you know, yeah, mostly YouTube. I was going to say, or, you know, websites. But most of the stuff I do on stream, I use websites for that exact purpose. And I give credit to everyone and I show the website and I do everything. But yeah, it's still copyrightable. And a lot of people have commented that, you know, oh, I'm taking content away from other people. Even though I really genuinely feel like I'm not doing a negative thing. Because if I weren't doing this, I wouldn't... Look, it is what it is. But... Oh, like, I know I can get away with fair use for sure in Arduino, but in the past, a lot of people have commented quite negatively about me watching YouTube tutorial videos and YouTube education videos. Copy from this. Great. I actually looked at the link, Spooky. I know that I'm not foul in my... What's the word? My... actions or thoughts. Sorry, in my thoughts. But my actions can be interpreted negatively. 3 stream streak, let's go. Yeah, that's true. Like, there are literally people with thousands of views on Twitch and they're doing reaction videos. Yeah. I did get in trouble once for doing that, by the way. For doing, for watching videos. Was it videos? It was not even videos, it was a website. Yeah, I have been, like, it's not like I'm just scared for no reason. I'm scared because I have been in trouble before. Yeah, Spooky, for that. But I think generally speaking, I'll just get a warning. They'll say, take this down or else we'll sue you, right? But yeah, I'm still a bit scared sometimes. But even, like, I had, like, a guy or two commenting before my videos in the chat. They're not around anymore, but it was a thing at the time. You know, people were saying, you know, what you're doing is stealing content from other people. And I can see why it could be viewed that way, but again, that was never my intent. Oh, sorry, Etrix. So this is a thing that we've already built. So this is prototype. It's a classical self-balancing robot. Loads of people online have built it. It's this type. I'm just replicating the plastic parts here into 3D prints. Hi, Father Dougal. Surely they would do it privately on Patreon. That is true, yeah. That's what I do as well, Why Watch. I always show everything. And I used to do this thing where I purposely keep the link open like this, where you can see the thing, so that if you wanted to, you could literally type out the link, you can do everything. But specifically that was given out to, like, it was pointed out as like, you didn't even cover up the link, you used all of my content. Which is crazy because I did it on purpose because I wanted to give credit where it's due, but yeah, it's weird. Maybe I just need to toughen up. And to be honest, I think you're right, guys. I really need to stop. Again, I had no foul intent. My whole channel is about education. As long as I'm not, what's the word? Watching the videos and being mean. You know, surely that's fine. But yeah, the copyright stories these days are just insane. I don't know if you guys know, I've been copyrighted on TikTok several times now by my own videos. So I post original content usually. By usually I just mean I can't think of anything. Sometimes I might overlay a meme when I make a joke, but generally speaking, everything I post is online is mine. It's my video, it's my voice, it's my everything. Even mathematical problems. If I see a mathematical problem, I literally change the problem so I'm not copying the problem from another textbook. That might be a bit too pedantic, but this is what I mean. I'm really careful about copyrighted stuff. And yeah, TikTok said that I was stealing content from someone else, even though it was all my original videos. And I said, and I wasn't allowed to claim it back. Yeah, I haven't live streamed on TikTok. I also got flagged for nudity on TikTok, and there was nothing nude on it as well. It was a stream like this. I was streaming on TikTok like this, and I got flagged for nudity, and I wanted to appeal it, and they said, yeah, you're not getting appealed. Oh, fuck's sake. This is ridiculous. Shirley is a troublemaker. That's crazy. It is Clipart, Dardo, yeah. I don't understand the modern... Yeah, it is weird. But you're probably right. I really shouldn't hold back these videos, because then I can stream a lot more. Because even like the tricorder stuff earlier and the G-code that I was talking about, I would love to stream more of me learning things. And it's great. It's great interaction and it's great content and all of that. But I've been holding back, and I do it off stream for the purpose of copyright reasons. But it's been slowing down a lot of projects because I'm a busy gal. My time off limited. Naked tofu, that's true. There is a brand. We have it in Ireland as well. Yeah, it's been flagged a lot. And you just can't get to a real person as well. But I hear that's a complaint with a lot of things, that you can't get to a real person. Ah, sure, it is what it is, lads. It is what it is. And it's so weird because I've been flagged as a STEM account by TikTok many times. So they know I'm a STEM content creator who does educational videos. They are aware of it, but they just, yeah. I don't know. I'm just complaining now for the sake of complaining. So you're making the parts to... Yes, exactly. I'm just printing the casings, basically, for my robot. And I want to put little eyes on my robot as well. Venting is always good. I agree. A bit of venting. But I'm glad to hear that you guys think it's okay to do what I do. this idea of, you know, watching other people's YouTube videos on stream. You're right about it. Will you put a funny? Yes, I want squiggly eyes on it. So I have an idea for it. I'll show you now the idea that we have. Let me just morph this really quickly. And I think I need a hole. Here, Bob. Oral crater. I do need a hole. Quite a big one too. Say 0.5 centimeter. Maybe bigger, but it's okay. I have a little drill bit if I need to fix it. I think it's great to have these discussions. A lot of people don't realize it. Yeah. It's really, really hard. And like, for example, Nerduino, a lot of the papers I get access to are using, you know, what's her name's site to get access to. And, you know, I don't even know how... I should ask, what's his name? Science reviews papers sometimes, and a few other content creators do it. Like, do they get permission from the original author to review their papers online? I don't know. I don't know what the ethics is or like what the culture is about it. It's hard to know. And again, there's no foul intent. I never create controversial content. Maybe never is a stretch. But, you know, generally speaking, I don't do negative posts in any way. I feel like it's a good thing. If you're logged into Nature or something, that might be there. No, I'm not logged in. I download the PDF usually of the papers. The bad actor. I'm so sorry, Dragon. I know poor Cora had the same issue. She used to upload her videos on YouTube and this guy would just take down all her videos. It was so annoying. And it's just... Oh, yeah. Wait. Oh no, I morphed the guy. Oi, oi, oi. When did I morph him? Oi, oi. Oi. Unmorph. Shit. No. I said unmorph. Ay, ay, ay. 就眼来掉了. Okay, I fixed it. Whew. Okay. Here we go. Okay, I think I've done all the parts. Now, is the question here is, can we fit this all on one plate? Why am I pasting twice? Swear to God. Oh, so this guy goes on top. And I want little eyes on him. What I might do is I might leave a little gap. Like a 2mm gap. So that if we want to later, we can wedge in some eyes into him. Like hashtag priorities, that's not our priority right now, and I get that. But if we wanted to in future, we could wedge in some squiggly eyes into him here. What do you think? That's a good idea? I think that's a great idea, chat. You guys are right. It's the best idea you've ever heard. I agree. Like this. For the first time in history in our modeling career, I think we don't have to worry about support for the first time. Most of my prints are always like, how am I gonna manage the support on this one? But I think, I could be wrong, I think we'll be okay with this one, chat. What do we think? Will we manage? I believe these will support themselves just about. We'll just about get away with it. All right, so we'll call this Bob, or we'll name it correctly, Rebob. This is Rebob, the remaster of Bob. And yeah, export. Oh, it's a zip. Okay, and we will. That maybe later, because since I'm finished, I don't want too much 3D printing sound in the background. Out of context, most of my modeling career, I didn't have to worry about support. Yes, well, you know, I'm a model. You guys know, I model in my spare time as well. I know, I'm a jack of all trades. I just do so much in my life, so much. Go Bobs. Our cutie patootie Bob. Look at him. Isn't he so cute? He's a little shy. We lost one of our DuPont cables here. So wiring him up is a bit difficult, but I'll resolder that. Everything else looks good. Gonna look so cute. He's gonna be a cutie patootie. Are we going to have googly eyes? I think googly eyes might be better. I think you're right. We should have googly eyes instead. I might do like a little shape like this on him, and then find googly eyes and stick googly eyes on him. It'll be cute. Because the googly eyes will shake as he's moving. I think that would be the great part. Yeah, googly just makes more sense. Self-leveling Terminator eyes. Glowing googly eyes. Ooh. We're definitely going for more horror theme here. Do you guys want to check out that CNC milling machine game? Just to see the demo? It'd be interesting to see what it's like. Educational game, possibly incoming. Maybe. Perfect moment for a cup of tea, I guess. I'll make another cup. I also always eat the mint at the end of my tea. If you give me a cocktail with mint in it, I will eat it. I love mint. I can eat it anytime. I can eat like, I love super salty stuff, and I love eating ice. Although someone pointed out to me that means I have some sort of mineral deficiency.
That still only counts as one.
Yeah, it's just a milling machine, Spooky. Yeah. But it might be interesting to see if it's any good, the milling machine. Maybe I'll buy it and I'll try it with the CNC one. But yeah. Mint chocolate chip is my favorite ice cream. I'm not a big fan. I don't like conventionally tasty things to be flavored in them. I love coffee. Coffee's amazing. I hate coffee flavored stuff. I love liquor. Give me alcohol. I don't like liquor flavored things. Like, you know, liquor in my chocolate. Fuck off. Don't you dare. I love pistachios. Don't like pistachio flavored things. I love mint. Don't like minty ice cream, minty chocolate. Yeah. I'm weird. Here's to weirdness I'll be right back, chat. We'll check out this interesting game. But maybe Eyes on Springs? Oh, yes, I know what you're on about. The ones that are like... Yeah, I know what you're on about, Atari. That might be funnier, yeah. So what do you like mint in then? That's true. I like mint by itself. And so I like to drink tea with my mint. I like mojitos with my mint, but then I eat the mint itself. I love raw mint. It's so good. Yeah, just raw off the plant, yeah. Like an herb, yes. Note how I said herb. I'm learning from our American friends how to speak. All right, I'll be right back. I'll see you in a few minutes. I see. Any psychologists in chat? Where the wire is being wrapped around a coil. The current is very important in this relationship. As the current changes, so does the electromagnetic field. As the current increases, the electromagnetic field increases, and as the current decreases, the electromagnetic field decreases. Changing an electromagnetic field induces a voltage in the coil in the opposite direction of the current. I'll chat about that in a little while. If we look at a wire that has coils in it, we know that there is an electromagnetic field in each coil. Because the coils are so close together, however, they kind of stack on top of each other. There are all these definitions for inductance and how a magnetic field develops inside a coil. And I'm going to give you my explanation as to why this happens. It's probably not exactly the most scientific, but it's the way my mind works. As the current begins to go through the wire, an electromagnetic field is established across the wire as well. And then when the wire coils, the electromagnetic fields start to interact. It takes some time for the coil to sort itself out. There's a magnetic field there, and they're overlapping, and it needs some time to sort out the magnetic field that is there. So initially, when you turn on your circuit, you turn on your current, the coil panics and it needs to stop the current from flowing for the first few seconds because it needs to sort out its magnetic field. As more time passes, more current is allowed to pass through. This is a typical behavior of an inductor in a DC circuit. I was always told never to personify anything in physics, but if your mind works in this way, perhaps this explanation works best. The energy that is stored in the coil is half times the inductance times the current to be squared. And if you want to measure the inductance of your inductor or calculate it, here's a general equation for it. L is equal to n squared mu A over L. A is the cross-sectional area. In the example of my pen earlier, it will be the cross-sectional area here, or if we slice it down the middle, assuming that it's all the same, it will be the shape of the circle that we see in there, pi r squared. L is the length of the coil. N is the number of times we wrap the wire around this pen. And finally, mu is the permeability. It is the ability of an electromagnetic field to be established. And it ultimately depends on what your inner core is made up of. Here I've demonstrated a very simple mathematical problem. We are given the number of times the wire is wrapped around. We know that the area is pi r squared, so we need to extract the radius. The permeability is given, and so is the length. The unit for inductance is Henry, and usually we won't be using that unit very often because that is a very large value. Usually inductors are very, very small, to the range of millihenries. Before I get to the official definitions of inductance, I want to cover the definition of two laws: Faraday's law and Lenz's law. Faraday's law states that the amount of voltage induced in a coil is directly proportional to the rate of change of the magnetic field with respect to the coil. That d phi dt is the rate of change of the magnetic field. That is magnetic flux. The constant that changes this from directly proportional to an equation is the number of coils. Lenz's law states that as the current through a coil changes, an induced voltage is created because of the changing electromagnetic field. And the polarity of the induced voltage is such that it always opposes the change in current. I had already mentioned or hinted this a while ago. What this means that the polarity of the inductor, as in where the positive and negative potential on either side of the inductor is, will literally switch to oppose the flow of current. So for the first few moments in time when you switch the DC circuit on, the polarity of the inductor will literally switch in the opposite direction. This is very, very useful in AC circuits. So finally, looking at the definition, inductance is the measure of a coil's ability to establish an induced voltage as a result of change in its current, and the induced voltage is in the direction to oppose the change in current. It's a bit of combination of Faraday's and Lenz's law. Putting these guys together allows us to express the equation V induced, the voltage induced, is equal to L, the inductance, times the IDT, which is the rate of change of current, how current changes per unit time. Similar to a capacitor, an inductor has a time constant tau. As you begin to charge an inductor, it initially doesn't allow current through, but give enough time and it will allow current to pass through. Tau is the time constant when it reaches 68% of the maximum current that it allows to go through. The same is true when the inductor is charged and you disconnect it from the voltage source. As it discharges, tau is equal to when 68% of the charge has dissipated. Hi Bambi. Evil bunny. Batteries and voltage sources are not ideal. They have an internal resistance. Embarrassment. She looks... look at this. Look at this. She looks homeless. Look at all this fur. Do you see all this fur sticking out of her? She's shedding and she won't let me shed her. She gets really grumpy at me. Bunny have an internal resistance? Yeah. Everyone has an internal resistance. Hello, Tangent. Look at all this fur. Anyone who's going to look at you is going to think that I don't take care of you, that I don't groom you. Doesn't let me. No, don't run away. Come back. Let me pluck your butt real quick. No, don't run away. Alright. We're going to pluck her a little bit, chat. Just... And you might think, like, Tofu, why are you doing that? If she doesn't like it, stop. This bitch has had GI stasis twice now. Which means her tummy gets clogged, possibly because of fur, like a hairball. But unlike cats, she can't vomit. Rabbits cannot vomit. They can't throw up. So she almost died on me before. 1 whole week of medicine. You know how much money I spent on medicine? I saved €1,000 because your tummy was clogged. Anyways, she doesn't let me shed her. So I do this thing of gently, like, tugging at her fur. Doesn't like it. It doesn't hurt her or anything. She just doesn't like it. Because once I did hurt her. Basically, she used to let me do this. But then once I pulled at her a bit too much. And I did hurt her. And she doesn't trust me ever since. It's traumatized. And ever since then, she fights me on it. But if I do it nice and slowly, gently, it doesn't hurt her at all. Does Twitch have a pet grooming area? There we go. Much better. See that? This is so bad, Buns. Look at that. You're showing chat how good of a bun you are. Look at this. Look at this, chat. Oh, no, don't run away from me. I'm trying to run. So good, Bambi. You're so good. Who's the best Bambi? You're the best Bambi. Shedding like crazy. I'm almost done. So good, Buns. Mwah. You're doing so good. Look at that. The best Buns. You're so good. I know. That was horrible, wasn't it? You're so brave. Mwah. So brave for putting up with that. Get your treat now. You can see fluff flying everywhere. Oh. Alright. No. Up. Good girl. Very good. AI? What was that lettuce thing? A Taco Bell? Whew, Jesus, I'm covered in bunny fluff now. Fortunately, this is a process I have to do like up to 3 times a day with her recently, and she really has a bad attitude to me. She hates it, because once I really hurt her. I was busy plucking her bum and I clearly didn't pull her loose fur. I pulled at her real fur. I think I hurt her. She like grunted and thumped me, and she sulked so bad. It was about I think this time last year it happened. She sulked for like a whole day. 24 hours of sulking. Like dirty looks from me, thumps anytime she saw me. She held a grudge. She would dig his claws into the cupboard and beg you to vacuum her. Yeah, so I can actually vacuum Bambi. She doesn't, usually she spits out her poo. I know it's a weird thing she does, and I vacuum around her. And lately she's so not scared of the vacuum that she even lets me vacuum her a bit. But yeah. She still doesn't like it, so I only get a little sneaky vacuum off her if I can. But yeah, Bambi is... Yeah. So yeah, you do have to pluck your bunnies or shed them. Ideally, you get like this grooming glove or a brush, but Bambi hates it. Yeah. Absolutely despises it. All right. What I might do is say goodbye to YouTube, because I'm going to go on to video games regardless. YouTube, thanks a million for watching. Why I don't stream my gaming to YouTube is because this is my science channel. I actually have a separate gaming YouTube channel where I upload my VODs. So if you want to check out them there, you can. Or hop on over to Twitch. We're really cool over here. Otherwise, goodbye! Oh my god, there's still fluff flying everywhere. In terms of gaming,